dank voorzitter. Môre adjunct voorzitter.
Goeiemôre.
Môre mevrou.
Hoe ver is ons van reg af?
Ja, baie reg mevrou. Honorable Dongeni, jy's reg mevrou. Honorable Dango,
Goeiemôre, advokeer.
you can just move a little bit to your right. A little touch to your right. Jy's al reg wees meneer. Ja, jy's baie reg nou. Shaida, is there a department here? Thank you, sir. Shaida, is there a department? I didn't hear.
Shelley?
Yes.
Good morning. Zama?
Advocate, I'm
Yeah. Okay.
Minister is setting up. The DG is on the platform. I'll ask that they make the DG a co-host. It's Mr. Phillips. The president is also setting up. In fact, they're joining.
Hey, Honorable Lutuli, you are so thin. Turn it around quick. Yes, like that.
Honorable members, I hope you are ready now. Chief Whip is our guest on the platform. Minister on the platform.
Deputy Chair.
Yes,
Good
advocate.
morning. Good morning.
Yes, advocate.
If the deputy chair can indulge us for just 2 or 3 minutes.
It's fine. It's exactly what I wanted to know, whether we could start or not. Thank you. You will indicate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Deputy Chair was starting at 10. It's 10.
Advocate.
Yes, but if the guests are not here, what will we do?
Can we request Minister Mkhulu to switch on?
I'm the guest that is starting here.
Okay.
House Chairperson Nyambe.
Yes. Honorable Nyambe.
Zama, you were saying?
No, I was greeting you, Deputy Chair.
Good morning. Are you otherwise?
Morning, Deputy Chair.
And can we request Minister Mkhulu, Advocate, can we request Minister Mkhulu to switch on his video so that we can just make sure Deputy Minister Mahlobo is there. Shelley, I think Minister and Deputy Minister.
Yes, we are on the platform, Chair. Thank you very much.
Minister, can they just touch? Minister, can they just fix your headroom a little bit? Deputy Minister, if you can see the minister, I need your shoulders share. Minister, ask them to also light up the room there. It's a bit dark.
Yes, Deputy. That's a parliament.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Minister, you are fine. Minister, you are fine. Deputy Minister, you are not fine. Yeah, it's much better.
What is saying?
It's much better. Deputy Chair, I think we are fine. We
are fine. We can start. 3, 2, 1. Good morning to everyone.
Recording in progress.
Morning. Let us observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much, honorable members. First of all, let me welcome all of you to this very important session. It becomes more important, particularly since we are commemorating Human Rights Month, and water particular is seen as a basic human right, and we will put sanitation with it. Although I'm sure that people don't see it is equally important as water, because they say water brings life. But let me not be vulgar. this morning. I will say it at the end of the meeting. So let me welcome everyone here. According to the protocol, our chairperson, our house chairs, the minister, the deputy minister, MECs, as well as special delegates and permanent delegates of the NCOP that are joining us today. Let me welcome you here at this very important session, as I've already said. And I also want to commend the Chief Whip and the House Chairperson for being consistent in making sure that we get these briefings to enable us to, in terms of our oversight responsibility, be able to account to the people of the country in this kind of way. I would love now to call on the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Mr. Masondo, to do the opening remarks. But before the Chairperson speak, let me also, and I'm sure the Chairperson will equally do the same, join those that congratulate the Honorable Stoffile on his election as the President of Organized Local Government, SALGA. We want to congratulate him and we want to welcome him because local government is at the cold face of service delivery. And it is so important that we do have a component that is organized to make sure that we address the issues surrounding local government. Honorable Masondo, I've got a particular soft spot for SALGA since he's an ex-president of SALGA. So I'm sure there is one issue that is very close to his heart. So now, in welcoming all, we will give over to the Chairperson. Chairperson, over to you.
Morning and greetings to everyone.
Morning.
Program Director, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Senzo Mkunu, Deputy Ministers of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Dikele Dimakati, and Honorable David Mashrobo. House Chairperson for Committees and Oversight, Honorable Chomoni Ambi, House Chairperson for International Relations and Member Support, Honorable Winnie Ngwenya, Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Seiso Muhai, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates, the SALGA President, Councillor Peggy Stoffile, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, allow me to start by congratulating and welcoming the new leadership of the South African Local Government Association that was elected during the 6th SALGA National Conference held at the Cape Town International Convention Center recently. We congratulate the new president of SALGA, Councillor Peggy Stoffile, who is the Speaker of the Machabeng local municipality in the Free State. We congratulate the 3 deputy presidents, Councillor Kolani Pagati, the executive mayor of the Buffalo City municipality in the Eastern Cape, Councillor Mabua Portman, executive mayor of Covenant Bay local municipality in Mpumalanga, and Councillor Zandia Limbe from the city of Cape Town. We also congratulate the newly elected members of the National Executive Committee of SALGA. We are looking forward to a great working relationship, given the role that is played by SALGA in the National Council of Provinces. Program Director, today's Ministerial Briefing on Water and Sanitation focuses on the progress in eradicating the gaps in the provision of water and sanitation. It is intended to provide us with the opportunity to receive information on the efforts by the national and local spheres of government with respect to the progress made and measures taken to deal with the challenges relating to the provision of water and sanitation. Water and sanitation are key, as we all know. Our Constitution entrenches the right of everyone to have access to sufficient water. The Constitution obliges the state to take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. To fulfill this obligation and to reverse the effect of apartheid policies in its early years, the Democratic Parliament passed legislation. One, to provide for the rights of access and basic water supply and basic sanitation. Two, to address the discriminatory laws and practices of the past that prevented equal access to water and use of water resources. Three, to give national government overall responsibility and authority over a nation's water resources and their use, including the equitable allocation of water for beneficial use and water redistribution. And four, to protect the quality of water resources to ensure sustainability of the nation's resources in the interest of all water users. Through these and other legislative and policy measures, the democratic state has been able to roll out massive infrastructure and to avail free basic services to millions of poor households. However, challenges remain. Last week's ministerial briefing highlighted the centrality of water and sanitation services in the creation of integrated and sustainable human settlements. As members would recall, one of the issues raised was the critical role of bulk water infrastructure in the achievement of this goal. This was clear in some of the following examples: that in certain cases, stalled development projects are as a result of, amongst others, poor planning, where a settlement is built before the necessary infrastructure is laid out. There is a need to support initiatives such as self-built homes, especially in rural communities, through the provision of water infrastructure. And lastly, the impact of the delays in the declaration of informal settlements on the provision of services, including water and sanitation. With respect to these few examples, one would like to recall Program Director that when it was first released in 2011, the National Development Plan made the following observation. Quote, in general, human settlements are badly planned, if at all, with little coordination between those installing water and reticulation infrastructure and those responsible for providing bulk infrastructure, close quote. As delegates correctly pointed out during the previous ministerial briefing, there is a need for the strengthening of coordination and cooperation among the spheres to continue to address these matters. The new district development model is thus a critical intervention in this regard. On water, as a strategic resource, Program Director, water is generally regarded as a scarce and unevenly distributed national resource. This reality affects many of our communities, especially in formal settlements and rural areas. Some of our metros, cities, and rural towns have in the recent past experienced serious water shortages due to drought. There's also the phenomenon of demand-driven water scarcity, whereby water demand is higher than the capacity of available water resources, owing largely to the high rate of in-migration driven by the search for economic opportunities. Water pollution and aging infrastructure also add to this challenge. In addition, we're also facing the effects of climate change, which require us to better manage our human activities. As members would agree, the COVID-19 pandemic has strongly demonstrated the importance of water in mitigating public health disasters and ensuring an environment that is not harmful to health and well-being. On ensuring that water and sanitation forms part of the Global Sustainable Development Goals, Program Director, water and sanitation are critical in the achievement of the 17 goals of Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, set by the UN General Assembly in the year 2015. It is widely accepted that the SDGs 6, which is about ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, is essential for the progress of all other SDGs and vice versa. It strengthens wider effort to end poverty, advance sustainable development, and sustain peace and stability. In this regard, it is worth noting that the oversight of our country's performance in this area has been made much easier by the aligning of the global targets with the National Development Plan. On the SONA 2022 commitments, Program Director, we welcome the view shared by the President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, during this year's State of the Nation address, that water is vital to life, development, and to economic growth. Therefore, we support government efforts to introduce institutional reforms to capacitate the Department of Water and Sanitation. And we support government efforts to review the water ports in as far as their mandates are concerned, and to ensure that they serve municipalities in terms of the district development model. In addition, we are looking forward to interact with the proposed legislation for the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency to improve the management of bulk water infrastructure and resources. In conclusion, Program Director, water and sanitation are critical in contributing to the improved quality of life of all citizens and to the promotion of human dignity. At a global level, ensuring the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all is viewed as key to the achievement of all the Sustainable Development Goals. Nationally, our own progress in this regard depends largely on how we close the existing gaps in the provision of water and sanitation. I thank you very much for the opportunity to make these remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We will continue with the program, and we will request the Honorable Senzo Mchunu, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, to address us on the progress in eradicating the gaps in the provision of water and sanitation. You are welcome, Honorable Minister, and it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mayor Lucas, to the honorable members that are in attendance today. I also have to recognize the presence of the two deputy ministers, Mahlawa and Makatsi. We welcome particularly this opportunity to engage with yourselves, honorable selves, and to seek your counsel on the matters at hand, and also your guidance overall. But on the other hand, we are doing what we can, everything that we can to tackle this problem that is in our hands. Let me start, Chair. Firstly, we have these 11 matters, particularly starting from 2, our take on water resource management, and then services, because the gist of the matter is around those 2. And then the rest of the issues, once you understand those 2, and then, or rather 3, even on sanitation, and the rest of the matters could be termed interventions, necessary interventions, after we have applied our minds and still are applying our minds on the matter. They are clear for themselves, but in introduction, we seek to clarify what may be a problem currently, or the background to the problem. That for quite some time, when the Department of Water Affairs or Water and Sanitation talks about its work and focus and energy, it would be making reference to water resource management. That is your planning and delivery and other matters, related matters. So what has happened in the process is that in terms of bulk water availability and other related matters, we sort of have done relatively well. You have dams, quite a number of them. You have water schemes, some of them quite big schemes, and so on. Most of this talking to the bulk water. But when it comes to reticulation, basically to 3 categories of water users. The people for domestic use, business is divided into 2, in the main, agriculture and mining, and then any other business. That's where maybe better for business than for communities and households. That is where we are most wanting. That is where the grievance today, generally speaking, all across the country is found. That is where you find the cries, the pleas to government to help people bring water to our households, or give us access to water as close as possible to where we live. This is what you come across. But when you go to business, they can indicate to you threats on shortage, possible shortage, or shortage of water, the same as agriculture. Then you talk about restrictions and all other related matters. Now, it then has become quite unavoidable to deal with that particular matter and bring it up front as if to focus and concentrate while dealing with water resource management, your dams, as I say. In terms of that area, or that category of water resource management, dealing with bulk you would remember that some years ago, there was a need that was seen to augment water resource management. In other words, availing more water than we ordinarily have as South Africa, because we are a water scarce country. So that's how the Lesotho Highlands Water Project came about. And understand us now, Chair, to be busy with phase 2 of that, following our meeting with our counterpart in Lesotho last year, to break the logjam that was there preventing the processes to go to phase 2. Now, so which means that we are clamoring for more water from Lesotho to augment our own resources via the Vaal River system. We may, once phase 2 gets completed, we can then get an opportunity to plan and look at other resources elsewhere from outside the country, but having completed what we started. Now, that's at a national level, as if it's a national. It supports more, around 20 million people, the Vaal River system, and even more. And therefore, it's quite a major operation. But it doesn't mean that it's only Gauteng where the river system supports people, even though it overlaps to other provinces. We have to do more or less similar schemes, key schemes or major schemes in other provinces. I will ask the Director General to take you through that, but I'm just explaining this, that for now, we seem to be, we're not going to leave all these projects, the national one with Lesotho, and look elsewhere in the course of time, but also we're going to be looking at all other provinces, major schemes, key schemes, in some cases including the possibility of more dams and more major schemes. And we have them all over the province, all over the country, per province. Now, having said this, which Director General will deal with at length, I want to go to water resources, or water services management, where I say there's a dominance by grief from ordinary people in South Africa. They are grieving. They are asking all of us to please help them and give them water. Now, indeed, when you analyze, we have a deficit there, more than we have in terms of water availability, to a point where you could easily say dams are full, but taps are dry. That phrase explains it describes the problem far easier and far better than any other attempt. Almost all the dams, except in Gqeberha, and maybe one in Mpumalanga out of 26 dams, and maybe one or two other instances where you have dams that are I mean, in Gqeberha you have just 15% full, and that's an exception, and in a few other areas. Otherwise, general, all the dams in the country are full to overflowing. Now, what is the problem? It is explained. It is connected to what I'm saying. We have been focusing on water resource management than on water services management. To illustrate the point even further, the national government that is via us, even when water boards were established, even when districts were established, you all said deal with bulk infrastructure, which is closer to water resource management than to water services. Literally, we have built dams in the country, but we would send water kilometers and kilometers away to a particular target, leave communities around such dams destitute and wanting and desperate for water. There are many examples in all provinces. You can go to the Wop in Limpopo, Flag Boshielo, all those dams, even London itself, all those dams. You go elsewhere in Northwest, we have a very little use of the Val River system, including what I think is the biggest dam there in the western side of Mahikeng. Despite the presence of Mladeli Dam in the north, which we share with Botswana, but by and large, the people in the northwest, despite having the proximity of coverage in terms of water reticulation, it's not the case. Go to KZN, you will find Jozini Dam in the north, people around, no service. Go to the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape, we still have we have a deficit there. We have to, but there's a dam in Winnie Mandela Mandela municipality, which is we're halfway in terms of reticulation, but the dam is very old, long built, long standing. But the people in Bizan don't have water, or quite a big chunk of them don't have water. So these examples are all over the country where reticulation remains behind. We have a deficit, including, therefore, on water that you need to use for sanitation. So what then do we need to do? We are saying, let's shift the agency. Maybe I should use that term. Shift the agency, shift your urgent focus to where there's grief, to where there's a lament, and address that. So that is then via our interventions. One, DG will talk about how we would want to use water boards to intervene via water boards or through water boards. They themselves need to be strengthened and capacitated, but in many ways, but they are better off than municipalities, because the country as a whole has, unfortunately and maybe unintentionally, depended for too long on municipalities and metros to deliver water, which has not happened over years. And I'm not saying altogether, but it has not happened adequately, hence the outcry now. Now, we then, what are municipalities saying? They are saying we have no capacity. More than 99% of municipalities that we met said we have no capacity in terms of the number of people who work on water, their skills, but we also don't have money for this. Now, if municipalities who the country is relying on or reliant on absolutely say to you, we don't have capacity, we don't have money, we don't have skills, how then would you have expected over years that there would be an increase in terms of reticulation? It would not have happened. It just would not have happened. So we now need to rise to the occasion, to the reality that municipalities can only half or quarter do this performance of duty as far as reticulation, and they require external intervention. And unless you do so, nothing is going to change. Now, we are intervening, therefore, via a number of strategies. One of them is water boards. Another is our own department changing it, not actually, but reshaping it such that its presence in terms of role on reticulation is felt. What else? Partnerships. DG will deal with this matter. What else is on boards? We even are talking about their legislative mandates, because we don't think we have exploited this to 100%. We merely are tapping, but not up to 100% if you look at it. So water boards have the possibility all the time of tapping on skill where they are found to be short from outside, and therefore bring in for any kind of work, they can do so. But we are reconfiguring them. And yesterday, we had a meeting with all boards in the country following our summit on 18 and 19 last month. And we all have agreed that it's imperative. It's something that is long overdue. Now, let me stop here and ask DG to take us through systematically with this kind of introduction. But on sanitation, we don't have any framework nationally. Anything goes in the name of sanitation in the country, and that is bad, and that is sad. We almost have 5 categories of sanitation. You have waterborne, which is normally used in urban setups, and elite in South Africa have access to this, as opposed to other categories of society or other levels of society. Then you have pit toilets. They are still sanitation. Then there is VIPs, still sanitation. Then you have communal toilets, still sanitation that use VIPs. Then you have some people just use open land and trees. That is still sanitation. And then there are buckets out of, this is the ugliest form of sanitation, which is found in Mpumalanga, found in Gqeberha, found in Free State, found in Northern Cape, and in Cape Town. These are the places where the use of buckets is most prominent. Now, we have designed a framework which we have to, so that there are norms and standards to which the country must make an attempt to subscribe. Because if in the first place you don't have any framework with any norms and standards, we can't subscribe to anything. So, and over and above that, we have this form of a settlement, which is unorganized settlement in South Africa. We are looking for an appointment, a meeting, an engagement with my counterpart in human settlement, because as long as we do this, that anybody can settle anywhere, anytime, then you are not going to turn the corner on sanitation, especially on buckets, because that is easiest in terms of providing as a form of sanitation. So with that, let me call on DG to make the whole presentation, therefore. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister. DG.
Good morning, honourable members. I'm going to now turn to section 2 of the presentation, which is on water resource management and major augmentation projects. As we all know, South Africa is a water scarce country, and this is likely to be exacerbated by climate change. Historically, as a country, we've relied largely on surface water, but our surface water resources are nearing full utilization. And in order to address this, we are developing guidelines and a national strategy for supplementing surface water resources with groundwater resources in a sustainable fashion. We're also importing surface water from neighboring countries. As the Minister mentioned, the Lesotho Highlands project is a major example of that. And
Our department will increasingly be supporting municipalities to develop alternative sources of water, including through desalination and water reuse. We are also encouraging and supporting municipalities to implement water conservation and demand management strategies, including reducing water losses. And we will increasingly be working with industries to increase water use efficiency. Generally, currently, South Africa has been experiencing high levels of rainfall, and most of the dams are currently full. However, water availability varies from one province to another. The Eastern Cape province in particular has been severely affected by a hydrological drought since 2015 and continues to face severe dry conditions. As a result, Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, Sarah Baartman District Municipality, that are under the Algoa system, as well as the Amatoli District Municipality and Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality within the Amatoli system, and pockets of Chris Hani, OR Tambo, and Joe Kabi districts are considered to be drought-stricken areas, and the dams in these catchment areas are at very low levels compared to the rest of the country. For other provinces, the main focus of the department is on augmentation of existing water resource infrastructure through the funding of the development of schemes for transferring water from catchments with a water surplus to water-stressed catchments, and through the construction of raising of dams where there's potential for further exploitation of surface water resources. In the Eastern Cape, we are involved in a couple of major projects to augment the available water. Probably the biggest one is the Noordgedacht project, which is going to supply additional water to the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. But there are a number of other initiatives in the Eastern Cape and in Nelson Mandela Bay to augment the water supply, including additional boreholes and additional water treatment works. We have a number of planned and current major water resource augmentation projects around the country. In the Eastern Cape, the Umkomasi water project is aimed at providing water to 750,000 people at a potential cost of 25 billion. The designs are 80% complete, and the first round of fundraising began in early January with a request for information. The development of the Koornie Dam and Noordgedacht water scheme are long-term water supply assurance projects in Nelson Mandela Bays. The Koornie Dam project is at procurement stage, and the Noordgedacht water scheme is in implementation currently, under construction and nearing completion. In the Free State, the Kharif Pipeline is a long-term water supply project at a cost of 10 billion by 2029, and the project is currently at feasibility stage. In Gauteng, the Lesotho Highlands water project is aimed at ensuring long-term water supply in the Gauteng and Vaal River system. The project is aimed to cost 32 billion, and work packages for the dam, tunnel, and bridge are currently at procurement stage, with anticipated completion in 2027. The tenders have closed for most of the projects, including the major works, and they're currently being assessed. In KwaZulu-Natal, the Hazelmere Dam to ensure long-term water supply to eThekwini is 96% complete and is due to be completed in the third quarter of 2023 at a cost of approximately 800 million. The Tugela-Goedertrouw transfer scheme, with the aim of ensuring long-term water supply to the industrial area of Richards Bay, is 64% complete, and the estimated cost is approximately 800 million. The Umkomasi water project is aimed at delivering long-term additional water to the eThekwini region at a cost of 23 billion by 2028, and the project is currently at pre-funding feasibility stage and construction expected to start in 2024. In Limpopo, the multi-phase Olifants River Water Resources Development Project has been sequenced as a public-private partnership with mining companies to fast-track water delivery to both mines and communities in Limpopo, including in the Sekhukhune and Mogalakwena municipalities, by 2028 at a cost of approximately 24 billion. The project is at approval stage, with some of the work packages at pre-construction stage and anticipated to begin in late 2022. The Gyani Water Services project will deliver water to 55 villages in a sequential order from this month until December at approximately 4 billion. And it will include reticulation as the pipelines are commissioned per village. The project is currently at 67% completion. The part of the project that we're talking about, which is starting from March 22 until December 22, is the next phase after the initial phase, which were completed previously. In Mpumalanga, there's various augmentation projects being considered to augment the shortages in the Olifants catchment area through transfer of water from the Vaal. The Crocodile East reconciliation has identified a need for a new dam, and feasibility planning for this has been initiated. In the Northern Cape, the Vaal-Gamagara water supply scheme, which is critical to mining and potable water supply to communities in the Northern Cape, is nearing completion of the first phase at a cost of 1.4 billion, and the phase 2 is due to start later this year as a partnership between the department and the mines at a cost of approximately 10 billion. In the Northwest Province, we are urgently upgrading the conveyance infrastructure from Molopo I to Mafikeng to increase the reliability of supply, and the estimated cost of the project is 50 million. In the Western Cape, to increase water security in the west coast area of Cedarburg, we're raising the Clan William Dam wall at a cost of 3.2 billion. The advanced infrastructure is complete, and we'll be starting with the dam wall in April 2022. And the Berg Rivier Fooflade Augmentation Scheme, which is aimed at increasing water supply to the city of Cape Town, is starting now with the land acquisition process. While this might seem quite a number of projects at quite a high value, they're not sufficient to ensure security of water supply in South Africa in the longer term, and we're going to need to raise more finance for investment in additional water resource infrastructure, and that is one of the main reasons for the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, which I will talk a little bit more about in a minute. Turning to water and sanitation services, as indicated by the Minister, in many municipalities, water and sanitation services are in a poor state and deteriorating. 35% of households don't have access to reliable drinking water. Approximately 14 million people don't have access to safe sanitation. 56% of wastewater treatment works and 44% of water treatment works on a poor or critical condition, and 11% are dysfunctional. And 41% of municipal water does not generate revenue, and approximately 35% is lost through leakage on average. The underlying causes of this situation include poor governance at municipal level, weak asset management, weak billing and revenue collection, weak operations and maintenance, and a lack of technical skills in municipalities. This slide just gives a graphical indication of where water services authorities are failing or at high risk of failing based on our municipal assessments called the MUSA assessments, and research done by the Water Research Commission, the SALGA, and the National Business Initiative. This results in a situation where in some areas there's raw sewage flowing into people's homes and into the environment and into rivers. The lack of access to reliable water is forcing some people to still collect water from rivers and streams which may be polluted. And in addition to a lack of reliable water supply in terms of being sure that water will come out the tap, sometimes the water that does come out of the tap is not of adequate quality. There are a number of support programs in place for municipalities, but national and provincial interventions and support to date have generally not been effective at halting the deterioration in water and sanitation service delivery and turning it around. For example, Despite repeated 6-month administrator interventions in Makana municipality, the dysfunctionality of water and sanitation services remains. Sorry. We have developed regulatory instruments such as the blue drop, green drop, and no drop reports, but these instruments are not sufficiently utilized at present. We need to increase and strengthen the links between the results of the monitoring through these instruments and support measures and interventions. We also need to develop stronger rapid response capacity to emergency situations such as sewage spillage in residential areas. And we need to increase the integration and coordination of the implementation of different interventions in terms of different legislation, such as interventions done in terms of Section 19 of the National Water Act, which allows the department to execute remedial action and to recover costs from polluters, and other interventions such as Section 139 of the Constitution and Section 63 of the Water Services Act interventions in municipalities. There are minimum national norms and standards for water and sanitation in place, but we need to strengthen monitoring of compliance with those norms and standards and enforcement of the norms and standards. COGTA authorizes municipalities to be water services authorities, and water services authorities in turn appoint water service providers. And these appointments are made with conditions, particularly the appointment of water service providers. They're supposed to meet conditions set by the water services authorities and to be monitored by the water services authorities. But that has not yet been done sufficiently, and there isn't sufficient enforcement of norms and standards by water services providers. Sorry, let me repeat that. There isn't sufficient monitoring by Water Services Authority of the adherence of water service providers to the norms and standards. COGTA is currently working on the Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Intervention Bill to address some of these challenges. And the district development model needs to include improvements to operations and maintenance, as well as improvements to planning for water and sanitation services. As indicated by the Minister, we are of the view that there's much potential for having more effective support and intervention within the Constitution and the existing primary legislative framework. But we need to do things differently. We need to support and intervene in municipalities differently if we expect a different result and if we're going to achieve the halting of the current deterioration of water and sanitation services and its turnaround. This slide summarizes the constitutional and legislative imperatives for government support and intervention in municipal water and sanitation services. I won't go through the whole slide, but suffice to say that while the Constitution allocates responsibility for water and sanitation services to municipalities, it also requires the national and provincial government to support municipalities and to intervene in municipalities where there's a lack of adherence to national norms and standards. And those responsibilities and obligations of the national and provincial government are further set out in legislation such as the Water Services Act. So in this context, as DWS, we intend to work closely together with SALGA, National Treasury, and COGTA to lead the development and implementation of a range of interrelated and coordinated support measures and interventions to strengthen national and provincial support to municipalities for water and sanitation. The first of these, as mentioned by the Minister, is to strengthen and extend the roles, responsibility, and capacity of water boards so that they're able to support municipalities more and to provide water and sanitation services in instances where municipalities are failing to do this. Secondly, we are in the process of reviewing the geographical boundaries of the water boards to make them more sustainable and to ensure that all areas which require the services of water boards are covered by water boards. Thirdly, we will be consulting with the private sector and finding ways to increase the involvement of private sector financing and management and technical expertise in municipal water and sanitation services. Fourthly, we will be strengthening regulatory interventions based on the results of monitoring mechanisms such as the blue drop, green drop, and no drop reports, which have been revived, and the green drop reports. The green drop results of the latest assessment of wastewater treatment works will be published later this month. We will also be strengthening the national norms and standards for water and sanitation services. And as mentioned by the Minister, we will be putting in place a framework to guide the provision of sanitation services. We also want to explore the introduction of longer-term interventions, which would be more effective in terms of supporting municipalities, such as, for example, taking over the management of wastewater treatment works for a longer prescribed period where there's continued non-compliance with national norms and standards. We also want to more effectively link the allocation of municipal water and sanitation grants to enable support and interventions. We have an internal construction unit in the department which we want to improve in terms of its efficiency and its construction ability for rapid deployment to address urgent intervention needs. And we want to consult with National Treasury together with COGTA about possible financing frameworks and mechanisms for longer-term support and interventions. We're not waiting for all of these interventions, for all of these measures to be put in place before we start. We are implementing some of these measures as we develop them. For example, we're currently involved in a few interventions in some municipalities, which I'll come to just now. So some of these measures will start having an impact in the short term, but others will take a bit longer to put in place and will start to realize results in the longer term. In the short term, project-based interventions will be used to restore water services infrastructure in terms of functionality, and emergency repairs will be done to water supply and sewage systems. In the medium to longer term, we want to put in place program-based interventions, such as, for example, water and conservation and demand management programs, longer-term water services upgrade, operate and transfer concessions in conjunction with the water boards and the private sector, and joint longer-term planning between DWS and municipalities to assist local governments to provide the services efficiently using the most appropriate service model. And then we also want to use our regulatory monitoring mechanisms to identify which types of intervention would be best used in different areas and jointly scope solutions with intervention partners, with COGTA, SALGA, and in consultation with municipalities, using our existing mechanisms of the municipal services self-assessments and the blue, green, and no drop assessments. We also need to match support and interventions to available capacity, which would involve identifying the water boards with capacity to support and intervene in the short term, and developing the capacity of water boards in the longer of other water boards in the longer term. There is much capacity in the private sector which can be drawn upon, both in terms of finance, management capacity, and technical expertise to assist municipalities with water and sanitation service delivery. This would not involve privatization. The assets will remain the property of the public sector, but the partnerships with the private sector will involve financing and assistance with operations and management. In terms of sanitation, as indicated by the Minister, we've developed a draft national sanitation framework, which we intend to submit to Cabinet shortly, which will revise the national norms and standards for sanitation and provide for equitable sanitation provision across all settlement types. It will also provide for strengthening of the monitoring and compliance to these revised standards and set out measures to improve service delivery, such as the kinds of support which I've mentioned in previous slides. As indicated by the Minister, due to rapid rural-urban migration, new informal settlements are rising continuously, And legislation doesn't allow for municipal investment in infrastructure development in informal settlements before they are formalized. And municipalities therefore provide informal settlements with buckets or chemical toilets as temporary solutions, or households in informal settlements build makeshift pit toilets. Historically, the bucket eradication program is focused on eradicating buckets in formal areas, but as informal settlements with buckets are formalized, more needs for eradicating buckets emerge on an ongoing basis. And the solution to this is to ensure that municipalities meet the revised minimum norms for sanitation in informal settlements and stop providing buckets in informal settlements. In terms of the review of the water boards, the main change drivers is to address problems with financial viability of some water boards, to address governance problems that have occurred in some of the water boards, to ensure that the water boards function in a financially sustainable ways and are able to raise capital for infrastructure projects, to ensure that all geographical areas which need the services of water boards but are not yet serviced by them are covered by water boards, and to ensure that instances where there's institutional confusion, for example, in Hammanskraal, where 2 water boards and the Tshwane Metro are all supplying water, are addressed. We've started the process of realignment of the water boards with the disestablishment of Sedibeng Water. The reasons for this include consideration of particularly the financial sustainability of Sedibeng Water as it is. As it is disestablished, the areas previously serviced by Sedibeng Water will be incorporated into Bloem Water and Magalies Water. Consultations have been held with COGTA, the affected water boards, the affected provinces and municipalities, and the relevant unions, and we're currently managing the process of disestablishment. And further announcements regarding further reconfiguration of the water board will be made in due course. As I indicated, we are currently involved in formal interventions in certain municipalities to address problems with non-compliance with norms and standards. In Umkanyagudi District Municipality, we initiated the Section 63 of the Water Services Act intervention, which is based on a district development model approach to focus all government resources at all levels on improving service delivery in a coordinated manner in the district municipality, with one project manager leading all the teams, with the aim of completely restoring an effective water services function in that district municipality. Unfortunately, the municipality has not been compliant with conditions of grants, and transfers can't be made. And we will need to address that compliance issue in order to be able to use the grants to assist with the intervention. We're currently in the process of consultations with the municipality and COGTA regarding the intervention. In the city of Tshwane, there are problems with 4 of the wastewater treatment works, which have not been functioning as they should and have been resulting in pollution in the environment and communities. Despite 4 directives issued by DWS for non-compliance, there's only been partial implementation to date, and the effluent quality is still a problem. We did initiate civil action for these 4 wastewater treatment works, which is defended by the City of Cape Town. And there was also a Human Rights Commission inquiry into this non-functioning wastewater treatment works in Tshwane and the consequences for the communities in the area. And the HRC recommended that DWS should take over water and sanitation functions in Tshwane. This led to DWS sending letters in December last year to the Minister of COGTA and Executive Mayor of Tshwane and the Premier for the Section 63 intervention, which has been opposed by Tshwane, which argued that it should rather be provided with financial support from the national government to upgrade the four plants. Unfortunately, we can't use our grants as DWS to support Tshwane in this regard because it's a metro and our grants can't be provided to metros. However, we are engaging with the Department of Human Settlements about a possible allocation from the Urban Settlement Development Grant to assist Tshwane to do the work required on these four wastewater treatment works, and we're of the view that Tshwane has the capacity to manage the implementation of such projects. In the Mfoleni municipality, we are implementing an intervention, again a Section 63 intervention to address the problems of leaking sewage infrastructure and overloaded wastewater treatment works in that area. We are assisting Mfoleni to increase the current capacity of sewage infrastructure and to address the leaking sewage pipes in the area. A steering committee has been established. We appointed Rand Water as an implementing agent, and 7 contractors have been issued with work packages, and work is currently in progress on the ground. Turning to the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, the main rationale for establishing the agency is to enable more finances to be raised for investment in national water resource infrastructure. The intention is to transfer the assets to the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, so it has a strong balance sheet. And on the basis of this and the credit rating that it would have, the agency would be able to raise commercial and development finance and enter into public-private partnerships, such as concessions. This would enable it to raise more financing than the TCTA is currently able to do. TCTA's current financing model is to raise finance backed by offtake agreements with government guarantees, and the degree to which government can guarantee these loans is limited. And that's why it's important to set up the NWRIA by combining the trading account of the department with the TCTA into a new entity which would own the assets and be able to leverage its balance sheet to raise additional finance. There are also rationales in terms of governance and transparency for creating the NWRIA, in terms of separating the roles of player and referee, with DWS retaining responsibility for planning, regulation and policy and price setting for national water resources, while the agency will build, operate and maintain national water resource assets. There's also a motivation for reducing fragmentation with regard to entities, in that currently DWS has 2 entities, the water trading entity and the TCTA, and these will be combined into one in the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. In terms of progress, we have developed a draft bill and business case for the NWRIA. We will be submitting the bill to the cluster and to Cabinet in March for approval for it to be gazetted for public consultation. And the aim is to publish the draft bill by next month. In terms of the financial health of the department and its entities, in general, the water sector is facing financial challenges, and the underlying cause of this, which has ramifications throughout the value chain, is weak billing and revenue collection at municipal level. Water is supposed to be a self-sustaining business across the value chain. The department, the water boards, the municipalities and other water institutions are all supposed to be self-sustaining businesses. But currently the water trading entity in DWS is owed 23 billion, and this debt is rising and is due to non-payment by municipalities, which owe the water trading entity 8.5 billion and approximately 7.6 billion owed to the water trading entity by the water boards. And the water boards in turn are owed approximately 14 billion by municipalities. The impact of this situation is that both the WTE and the water boards have declining credit ratings and borrowing capacities, and are therefore making inadequate investments in water infrastructure, and also making inadequate allocations to operations and maintenance. In order to address this, DWS is working in the Technical Multidisciplinary Revenue Committee with National Treasury, COGTA and SALGA to support municipalities with revenue improvement initiatives and to support them to adopt cost-reflective tariffs. And DWS, National Treasury and COGTA will work together further to guide, support and monitor business plans of municipalities related to water conservation and demand management projects. And we will encourage municipalities to utilize the grants that are provided to them for purposes such as installing water meters, which are a prerequisite to reducing non-revenue water and water losses. We also want to support municipalities to identify their indigent populations and to only provide free water to the identified population, and to ensure that the rest of the population pays for water which they use. And in that regard, we need to increase communication to create awareness to the public with regards to the importance of paying for water services. Another strategic priority of the department is to improve water use licensing, which is important to enable economic growth and development and transformation in certain sectors such as the agricultural sector. In February 2020, the President made a declaration that water use license applications should be finalized within 90 days. The department has developed a comprehensive turnaround or improvement plan for its water use licensing, including aspects such as business process re-engineering, hiring more staff, training of staff, and improvements to our electronic water use licensing application system. We started to implement the improvement plan in April, we're currently reviewing the regulations which specify how long it must take to process a water use license, with the aim of publishing revised regulations to give effect to the 90 days by June of this year. We've set ourselves a target of finalizing the backlog of old applications by June this year, and a target of ensuring that at least 80% of applications meet the target of being processed within 90 days by March next year. Lastly, Chairperson, there's considerable capacity in the private sector, both in terms of financial capacity, technical and managerial capacity, which we need to draw on to address the challenges in the water and sanitation sector. In that regard, we are establishing a water partnerships office together with the Development Bank of Southern Africa, which will assist ourselves and our water boards and municipalities by helping to facilitate private sector participation in water and sanitation resource infrastructure and service infrastructure, such as, for example, through the investment of desalination plants and a range of other types of projects in which there can be private sector investment and private sector management and operation. We are also working closely with the Infrastructure Fund to attract private sector funding for blended finance for water resource development projects. This is for those projects that we'll be implementing which don't have sufficient revenue streams to be commercially viable on their own, which will require a government contribution on the basis of which additional private sector funding can be leveraged. And we've also developed a program for mobilizing private sector contributions to water service delivery. We're already partnering with the mining and agricultural sector on several projects, which I mentioned in the previous slide on the Augmentation project. And in those projects, the private sector is making contributions to projects for water development, for putting in pipelines, but also for, at the same time, as making financial contributions to the building of pipelines which service them as mines in the agricultural sector. They're also making contributions to putting in place distribution infrastructure which will benefit the communities in the vicinity of the mines and the agricultural industries. We want to, building on those examples, we want to take this to scale across the country, and we started to do that in the Northern Cape, and we're in preparatory stages in Limpopo, Free State and Limpopo to have programs of private sector contributions to assist particularly municipalities, to address challenges with regard to water and sanitation service delivery. This program will be implemented as part of the district development model in consultation with COGTA. This slide just gives an indication of our progress to date in terms of putting in place this program of mobilizing private sector contributions across the country. Finally, Chairperson, in order to achieve all of these objectives that we've set for ourselves, we need to stabilize management of the department and ensure that DWS has the capacity to do all of this. In this regard, we have been filling vacant senior positions in the department. 30 senior management posts have been filled since the start of the 21-22 financial year, including the DG position and the CFO position, which was recently filled, and the DDG corporate services position. We are currently carrying out interviews for the 2 vacant positions of DDG. All the chief director positions in the department have been filled, and all of our provincial head positions have been filled. That brings me to the end of the presentation, Chairperson. There is an annexure which gives a summary of the grant funding for infrastructure projects in different provinces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Director General. Minister, is there anything that you want to add before we continue?
Not at this stage, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was the presentation by the Department of Water and Sanitation. So the program is a little bit amended. And in the amended program, there was a request that the President of SALGA then give us the local government perspective with regards to issues of the water. So we will now call on Honorable Stofile to continue with his presentation. I don't know why the hands are raised. Is there any reason? I'm sorry, members. The program is amended and we will now allow local government, and after that we will take the inputs and questions by the members. Honorable Dango, is there anything that you want to ask now? If not, we will continue. Honorable Stofile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and greetings to members of the House, the Minister, and senior management from the NCOP, SALGA, and department. I must take this opportunity to thank Deputy Chair to be given an opportunity to reflect on issues that we believe as SALGA need to be taken forward on the debate or discussions pertaining to water, as we understand that water is a very important basic service that is required to communities. With your permission, Chair, I think I will run through a few issues and then allow William Morake to walk us through on the details. We are grateful to be part of this important conversation and with the presence of the Honorable Minister. We have honored this invitation with the objective of sharing with the House our approach in terms of the subject. To this end, we wish to highlight the following key issues for reflection and discussions. Importantly, to collectively unearth solutions and agree on areas that requires solutions whereby we change the water service narrative. Re-amplification, the mandate of local government, what has the promise to South Africans? The milestone we have been able to attain over a period of time. What are our observed gaps, measures to close the gaps, and recommendation? Key aspects under this point, Chair, includes highlighting the role of municipalities with the value chain as both water service authorities and water service providers, and the number of municipalities tasked with the provision of these important services, such as important because different categories of municipalities provide water services across our country. where in some cases it is local authorities or municipalities and other areas, the district municipalities. Municipalities have been hard at work increasing access to water services, as indicated in the 2018 stats report. Importantly, the service provider have been found to be accepted by consumers of the service in terms of water quality and overall water and sanitation services, as per the perception study undertaken by SALGA in collaboration with the Water Research Commission. However, we acknowledge that there are major challenges such as reliability of the services, including quality of the service. These challenges will share with the House in the next period. Chairperson, as indicated earlier, we wish to highlight and acknowledge the following difficulties, challenges within our sector. These include, among others, lack and shortage of skills, particularly infrastructural planning. The state of our municipal infrastructure is deteriorating. A report card by South African institution.
Just a moment, Honorable Stofile, is there a possibility that you can put on your video, because this is a direct broadcast?
Oh, sorry, ma. Sorry, Chair. Thousands of apologies, Chair. Is my video not on?
It's definitely not. Thank you.
Is it on?
Yes, now it's on.
Okay. Is it on? Is it on, ma'am?
It's off again.
It's off again.
Yes.
Okay. Let me try something different. Sorry.
Is there someone that can assist while you continue with the presentation?
Yes, I think William can continue, ma'am. I'm trying to link back. I don't know if I'm audible. I don't know. I'm lost.
You are quite audible, but if the presentation can continue, it will be fine.
Yes, I think William, if you are in, please continue with the permission of the chair.
Yes,
no,
presentation. We may continue.
Good morning to all. Thanks, Deputy Chair and the Chairperson of the session. All protocol observed. What we had prepared is some few slides, and some of them the DG has touched on it, but we thought that let's highlight some of the issues that we think are quite critical for this August. And here is an outline of our presentation. I will not go into the details, but the one key element that we really want to surface for this House to consider is the recommendations, going forward. So one of the key issues, and I think the DG and Minister made reference to it, is to deepen our understanding if what we had set ourselves as the task of local government, if it contributes to the Bill of Rights, right? And I think it's an important element that we need to consider going forward, that are we legislatively structured correctly to be able to respond to the Bill of Rights? Some might say yes, some might say no. I've got my own opinions, which I shall not express here because I'm representing SALGA now. Importantly is that we also wanted to deepen the members' understanding about the players in the sector and who regulates who. So I will not go into the details. I think the Minister and the DG has clearly outlined roles and responsibilities in that regard. Equally so, Chairperson, we also want to highlight that out of the 257 municipalities, only 144 are tasked with water and sanitation, because often enough, a layman would not know that it's only 144, but the 257. And here's a makeup of the total number of 144, including their geographical location and the categories of municipalities. Importantly, that these municipalities, in my own opinion, Chair, they've made strides in ensuring that access to water and sanitation is incrementally delivered. I will not go into the details, but equally so that the surveys that we've been doing at SALGA, and we do this every 5 years, has indicated that South Africans are happy with our drinking water that they have at their taps, including the service that we are providing. And we acknowledge that these are some of the gains that have been made, but there are a number of challenges that I think the DG and the Minister has clearly outlined. And here are some of them, Chairperson, that we probably want to surface for your consideration. And I will not go into the details of the sub-bullets, but suffice to say that there's an element about poor management of our infrastructure, poor financial management and accountability, poor planning and the delivery thereof, and poor community engagement. So these are the 4 major key areas that we have identified at SALGA that are giving us a bit of a headache, as we try to support our members in the endeavors to deliver water and sanitation. Equally so, we've actually summarized them into these 4 categories, Honorable Chair. And I think here we wish to highlight that under the bedrocks, the provisioning of services in unplanned settlements, and I think the DG has touched on this, is really giving us a bit of a headache. And we do acknowledge that there are a number of households in this country, 22 years down the line, that do not have access to services. And this is obviously of concern to us collectively as a sector. So these are the 4 categories, Honorable Chair. And one of the key challenges that we are also observing is that municipalities are also not properly advised about technological innovations that they need to employ in a quest to improve service delivery. And this has really caused a stir in the sector that there are a number of service providers out there that are, in my own opinion, not providing some support to municipalities in relation to tech and innovation. And you will see that out of the plants, 18 plants that we surveyed, 44 of them employed inappropriate technologies that matches their resource base. And this is obviously a concern for us as SALGA. So, Chair, having sketched all these difficulties, I think as SALGA, we also wish to indicate where are these challenges happening, because we don't want to paint all municipalities with the same brush. And we are highlighting here that the 21 DMs that are tasked with water and sanitation are a major concern. And I think the DG made reference to one in the northern part of KZN, which is Mkanyabude. And we're saying that if these 21 DMs fails, essentially 113 municipalities within those districts also fail. And that is obviously a concern for us. There is emergence of some metros not doing well. We know the likes of Mangaung, and to some extent the likes of Buffalo City are not doing extremely well, and the rest of the municipalities in these other provinces that we are highlighting to your good selves. Now, I'm sure you're probably asking yourself, yes, Salga, we hear all these challenges, we hear all these difficulties, but what's the solutions that you bring into the party? So as part of our mandate, as per the legislation, We are then looking at finding solutions to these difficulties through a number of interventions. And one of them is through these work packages that we've put together, working together with municipalities, including the department and private sector and public sector entities. And we're quite excited to share with yourselves some of these interventions, Honorable Chair. We did not want to go into the details of each of these, but there are a number of these interventions which we wish to highlight, which are critical for this particular engagement. First being that, as local government and stakeholders, we've been working hard, Honorable Chair, and I think the reference to the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP made reference to COVID, and together with the Department of Water and Sanitation and other stakeholders, I think the intervention that was initiated by the department through the provision of tank and tankers has been exceptional. And for us, we're quite excited that we play a critical role together with our members to ensure that communities are provided with water during the height of COVID-19. Importantly, that we're working with the Water Research Commission and other key stakeholders in tracking these COVID-19 in our wastewater facilities. So there is a national program that our members are participating on, as we want to ensure that COVID-19 does not find expression in our water services delivery. Equally so, Chair, and I did hear the DG speak at pains, including the Minister, about the skills, and we want to put these proposals that we are working with a number of our partners, both locally and internationally, in the quest to really improve how we manage our systems. And in this instance, we are highlighting our partnership with the Department of Water and Sanitation together with the Dutch. That is really aimed at ensuring the improvement of our wastewater facilities, amongst others, and is then framed into these 3 work packages, which I shall not go into the details, but here are the interventions that are unfolding in municipalities. Secondly, on the skills, Chair, and we're emphasizing the skills because we think if we get the skills right, I mean, the rest of the challenges should be easily resolved. Another important intervention is looking at training our members as well in the wastewater facility space, because that's where the major challenges are, spillages and the like, in terms of the management of the digesters at the municipal level, but importantly, the management of energy, because we know that wastewater facilities consume a lot of energy, and currently we don't have a sense in terms of what is the consumption of energies within our facilities. And through this particular intervention, Honorable Chair, we will then emerge with an understanding of how we need to manage our energy at wastewater facilities given the current load shedding. Equally so, Honorable Chair, we are making substantive progress in the area of non-revenue water. We know the country is losing almost about 10 billion rands. And at the summit, we made an example that if we were to times it by 3 on an annual basis, that's equivalent to Lesotho Highlands 2 water project. So essentially, what we're doing in the country, we're building Lesotho Highlands projects every 3 years if these interventions are not giving us the results in relation to arresting non-revenue water. And to this end, we're quite excited. We're working with the Japanese and DWS in supporting municipalities to really arrest non-revenue water that is unfolding in municipalities. The image on your left-hand side, Honorable Chair, is a simulation facility built by the Japanese with our support, and municipalities are trained on understanding how to track non-drinking water within that area of jurisdiction. Equally so, on the funding side, we're working with GBSA to look at funding instruments, both in the conventional infrastructure and in the non-drinking water through a project preparation funding instrument, including the funding thereof. So these are some of the high-level interventions that we're making on the skills part of it. Lastly, on the skills, Chair, is we talk a lot about water quality, but I don't think we're giving it the necessary attention. And from a SALGA's point of view, we took the initiative of convening all our municipalities to deepen our understanding in terms of the capabilities of their labs and the capabilities of their scientists to track water and sanitation quality. And we're quite excited that we managed to establish a scientific services forum, and that forum has really framed these 5 strategic intentions, which I shall not go into the details. But if you look at on your right-hand side at the bottom of that image, that is the work that this scientific forum has done over a period of 2 years. On the infrastructure, and I think some of the images the DG has shown, it is obviously a worry for us to be seeing this particular picture, and we frame it as the good, the bad, and the ugly. And obviously, the bad and the ugly is giving the sector a reputational damage that since there isn't any attention being focused on the bad and the ugly. But I can assure the members here that some interventions are happening, which we will share with yourselves. So one of the key issues that we really need to look into is how we spend our grants, and the sector benefits a lot from these 3 grants, Honorable Chair. But to some extent, in some instances, I wish to stress is that not all of our municipalities are utilizing these grants to their maximum, right? And it has a potential of impact on service delivery. And thereof, there's a suggestion that we need to look at reconfiguring some of these funds or these grants to ensure going forward that they respond to some of the challenges that we are faced with, including operations and maintenance. On the OPEX side, we're quite excited that there's been a number, not a number, it's the wrong word, there's been efforts through the fiscus that money is allocated for basic services. And you will see that how much money has been allocated over a period of time in the water and sanitation space. But having said that, Honorable Chair, there are a number of observations and research findings on both the MIG and the equitable share that funds free basic services. And here are the major 3 ones, which I will not go into the details. However, on Roman figure 2, it is evident that the underfunding has dire consequences in terms of what was assumed, or in terms of the white paper on local government that was put together in 1998. And importantly, that I've mentioned some, I have highlighted some issues about restructuring of the conditional grant system, including making concerted effort about the reduction of reporting and compliance burden that is being observed happening in municipalities. Now, what are some of the areas that we probably need to look into? We know, for example, that the market has enough money as alternative funding instruments. However, what the private sector is saying to us is they are not seeing bankable projects. So that part on the right-hand side, we're quite optimistic that as we engage with DWS and DBS and other players, we should be able then to put together projects that will attract alternative funding. We know currently that the difficulty is on the service charges, and this is the elephant in the room, that municipalities as of September 2021 are owed 264 billion rands. I know the DG has indicated that we owe the water boards, but equally so we are owed that amount of money. And we think if some magic has to happen that we recover this money, we should be able to resolve some of the difficulties that we are experiencing. Equally so, as we do that, we're looking at projects for new money, and these we call them resource recovery projects, such as your biogas, your reuse, and hydropower. And we think if we can crack these projects and working with our municipalities, we should be able to emerge victorious in looking at alternative money within municipalities. I will not go into the debt because I think a lot of effort has been made, as indicated by the DG through a multidisciplinary revenue committee, and SALGA plays a critical role in resolving some of the difficulties there. So I've spoken about these three alternative resource recovery projects, and I will not go into the details on them on our chair. On tech and innovation, we're also putting some effort to advise our members on technology innovation, and we've put together these 8 integrated platforms, and each of them have a value proposition. And the one that we'd like to highlight for today is the value proposition on the Water Engineer Inspire program. And this is where we are capacitating young engineers to respond to innovative solutions that are unearthing in the world. And there has been a lot of efforts through a program run by the Water Research Commission with us called the Young Engineers Changemakers Program. And this is where we expose these young engineers to international and national ways of water management in the world. Again, we're also partnering the young stars with the best in the world, and in this instance, with the Japanese, because we've got a memorandum of understanding with them to really help us capacitate the young stars, and there has been efforts in that regard through a number of webinars that unfolded last year. I will not go into this, but what we are suggesting for municipalities to take on board tech and innovation, we are in discussions with the Chief Procurement Officer to explore procurement processes of how innovative solutions could be taken by municipalities, because currently there is hindrances there, and we think through this engagement we should be able then to come up with means and ways of how we could support municipalities to embrace new ways of water management in terms of technology and innovation. Here is our partners that we work with, and I will not go into the details, but we're quite excited that a number of key players have supported us in our quest to ensure going forward that tech and innovation becomes an important area in the area of water management. As I move towards the conclusion, Chair, is that we are also considering alternative delivery models. The DG spoke at length about interventions, and we are of the opinion that part of what has been proposed should look at alternatives, and there is a plethora of options in terms of alternative service delivery mechanisms, and these are the proposals that we will be pushing forward as SALGA. As I've indicated, and this is my almost third last slide, as I've indicated, we're working very closely with the metros through the City Water Managers Forum and through the National Treasuries program called the City Support Program. And on the right-hand side of the slide, you will see the reform map that is being suggested as interventions for the metros, because if the metros fail, Honorable Chair, I'm sure all of us would acknowledge that we will be failing the country, and in that regard, working very closely with them. I will not go into the details about our two-pronged strategy, but we're looking at enablers and proposals in terms of how we need to move forward. And the key one under enablers, Honorable Chair, is just to highlight enabler number 4, that as SALGA going forward, we will be pushing for intermunicipal cooperation. Sometimes it is mind-boggling, Chair, that Mfuleni fails in the presence of our neighboring municipalities, which are metros. So we probably need to look at a way that going forward as part of our support mechanisms that surrounding municipalities should not fail whilst others are thriving. I mean, it's illogical in my own opinion. And I think it's one of the key areas that we're going to be focusing our energies on going forward. I will not go into the rest of the 7. And then here are our final slides. This is 2 of them. And this we presented when we had a meeting with the minister or the ministry. And these were supported, Honorable Chair. And we were then instructed by that meeting that the department and SALGA should jointly work together in taking these proposals forward. And I wish to highlight 1 or 2 areas that are quite critical for this August House to consider. The first one is the establishment of a water regulator. So currently, the sector operates without a referee. And I make an example that imagine if Chiefs and Pirates plays and there's no referee regulating how the game should be played. It is actually at that scale, and that is obviously worrisome. On the infrastructure part, the country currently, we don't have an infrastructure investment policy. So the way we do our build program is not guided by a coherent investment policy. And then on the third one, on institutional delivery mechanisms, we spoke a lot about the districts failing. And therefore, it will then translate, in my own opinion, that the district development model might not be realized if those WSAs are not doing great. And then the last 4 is on cooperation and partnership. I think the minister spoke at length about that. The 5th one is on planning instruments, looking at our water services development plans. And then the 6th part, the 6th proposal is on strengthening intergovernmental relations. And then the last one is on stakeholder management. And there, Chair, we wish to emphasize that Chapter 4 of the Municipal Systems Act will become very, very crucial going forward because it talks about public participation and how that should be taken forward into the municipal businesses. Honorable Chair, I think that's the last slide that we are making these recommendations for the House to consider. And I thank you for the opportunity. Back to you, Chair. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moraka, as well as the President of SALGA, Honorable Stofile. We will now continue and we will request members to indicate whether they want to ask some questions to the Minister and his team, as well as to SALGA as the local government. We will now allow that. Can we get an indication? Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, my question is to the Minister, and perhaps as well, SALGA can give some input here. So a collapsing bulk sewage network has caused a sewage lake to form outside Kimberley on the R31 road to Daniel Scale, Kuruman area. The sewage lake, now popularly known as Lake Zamani Saul, named after our premier, was caused by the city's aging and collapsing bulk sewage network, namely the Kharif pump station, which is now irreparably damaged. A few weeks ago, the public protector, Advocate Busisiwe Mkoibani, and her deputy was in the Northern Cape with the premier to ascertain how the provincial government will address the sewage lake. The lake has reportedly now claimed the life of one person. But there has been a number of accidents there as well, where vehicles have plunged into this lake. Currently, the road is merely being broadened with truckloads of sand, which does not solve this massive sewage lake. Minister, my question to you is, how many more people need to lose their lives before you deal with this ever-growing sewage lake that now poses a threat not only to the motorists on the R31, but also to the Khoi and San communities who live just nearby this massive sewage lake? Will the Kharif pump be fixed in the near future, as it is not only leaking raw sewage, but also the fresh water supply of the residents of Kimberley and Solplaatjie? If there is a plan to fix the sewage pump, what is the timelines and what is the cost associated with it? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Honourable members, can I request that I will implement the 3-minute rule now, so that we go to the question, although it was possibly necessary for Honourable Christian to give that background because it's a provincial issue. But can members please try and be concise and to the point with regards to the questions? Honourable Malika. Honourable Malika, speak to the mic, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and welcome the presentation from the Minister and SALCA. I want to check with the Minister. The issue of water and storage leakages are becoming a phenomenon in some of our areas in the country. What forecast program is being implemented to address this problem, and what is the progress? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Malika. Honourable CF Beyer-Smith. Honourable Smith.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know if my network.
Can we come back to you, Honourable Smith? Can we come back to you? Honourable Smith, can I come back to you?
If I'm audible, can you hear me?
You are not quite audible. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me, Chair?
We can hear you now.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
It will remain. So you may continue so that we can hear whether you are audible. But please, if I know you have got a very weak network, if you can for a few moments just put on your video and then you can switch it off and continue with your question. Honourable Smith. Honourable Boshoff, can you in the meantime continue? We will come back to Honourable Smith.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and good morning to the Minister. Minister, Governor Mbeki municipality has no progress and only sees huge gaps. Several projects were launched, but most are still not functional. The N17 pump station in Lebohang has, since the project commenced 2.5 years ago, not been completed, costing this municipality an extra 2.5 million plus penalties on top of the already 10 million budgeted for this project. Honourable Minister, large number of sewer leaks are to be found all over Governor Mbeki, Every stream is polluted. Areas polluted with raw sewer leakages are Secunda, Betel, Evander, Mzinoni, and Leandra. In Kinross, sewer flows into the streams from all areas, bypassing the pump stations and the wastewater treatment works. Townships are suffering the most with sewer flowing in the streets daily. Toilets and RDPs are not connected to infrastructure. There are areas that have not seen preventative maintenance or any maintenance for the past 20 years. Governor Mbeki municipality is polluting the Vaal and Olifants river systems on a different but larger scale than those towns next to the Vaal River. Now, Minister, what I would like to know from you is, in terms of these blatant pollution wastages, no progress, but gaps only of a humanitarian and an environmental crisis exist. Was any directive issued by the Department of Water and Sanitation to this municipality and to the province? Due to a systemic failure of GMM for 20 years, why did the Department of Water and Sanitation not lay charges according to the transgression of the South African Constitution, Section 24 and 27, the National Water Act 36 of 1998, Section 151, 91J and 2, and the NEMA Act 107 of 1998, Section 49A, 1E and F. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Thank you very much. I will now give Honourable Dangor and then we will try Honourable Smith again.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. My question is to all the stakeholders that are presented. The outcomes of the recent water summit, what are the key lessons learned therefrom which will improve the response of the department to improve the water and sanitation situation in South Africa? Example, we have, in the words of the former mayor of Mfuleni, that problem cannot be resolved unless the polluters pay for what they have done. And the polluters in this case are Johannesburg and Tshwane. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Dangor. Honourable C.F. Smith, if you returned. If we still not there, can we then have Honourable Bosch?
Let me just double check. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. My question is to the Honourable Minister. In recent months, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni and Johannesburg, three of the country's biggest metros, have severely been affected by ongoing, continuous and often extended water outages and stoppages due to water disruptions and failures at Rand Water. Within a short space of time, service interruptions were caused by a variety of issues that included electrical supply failure, pump failure, delayed repair work on a reservoir, and lastly also operational issues that now relates to a tie-in scheduled for the 1st to the 3rd of April. This should be of grave concern as it seems to highlight weaknesses across the board. These outages are either not communicated on by Rand Water or communicated very late, and sometimes only communicated on their Twitter feed. In light of this, could the Minister please answer the following questions? Number one, what plans will the Minister put in place to ensure that additional water tankers are sourced from Rand Water and the SANDF to proactively assist with the supply of water to affected communities, especially during the upcoming maintenance period in April? Prolonged outages over a number of days, even if planned, results in reservoirs and pipes being drained, which can add a day or two for the system to reach full restoration, which could result in communities not having water for up to 5 to 10 days, if not more. Has the Minister launched an investigation to determine what the cause of these frequent water outages are, and what plans have been put in place to address this on an urgent basis? And why the supply of water to the east of Tshwane, to give just one example, is entirely dependent on a single source of electricity on a single pump? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bosov. Next is Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the House. Morning, colleagues. I just want to ask my question direct to the Minister. Macingwane, the Porihali Dam was delayed by 5 years for commencement date. Has the project commenced, and what is the duration of the project, Macingwane? 2, what is the value of the constructor, and what is the intended impact of the project in addressing the water scarcity in our country? I was also pleased that you seem to have known most of the dam, especially in KZN, the Jozeni Dam, that still can't save the local community. I was very pleased when you raised that matter that your department is addressing that. Thanks so much, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Can we try CF Schmidt again? If he's not there, we will now go to Honorable Visser. Honorable Visser.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. My question is to the Minister. Minister, the preamble of the National Water Act 36 of 1998 provides fundamental recognition that the water of South Africa belongs to all the people and that the national government has the overall responsibility and authority over the nation's water resources and the use thereof. The Minister of Water and Sanitation, therefore, is the custodian of the water of South Africa. District municipalities have the constitutional responsibility as Water and Sanitation Authority to deliver bulk services to the local municipalities at appropriate levels and within sound management practices. Minister, question A, as the custodian of the Department of Water and Sanitation and considering the fact that more municipalities are without water for a period of more than 10 years, how will you eradicate gaps in the provision of water and sanitation in all municipalities when district municipalities and water boards fails to deliver according to their mandates and not being held accountable for their failures? Question B, Minister, is what action are you going to take to sanitation authorities decanting raw untreated effluent from wastewater treatment plants in streams, rivers and dams, and the Department of Water and Sanitation pushes the buck of accountability between provinces and municipalities for the past 15 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Visser. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Good morning. Honorable Minister, my first question is President Cyril Ramaphosa in his 2020 State of the Nation address committed the Department of Water and Sanitation that it will reduce the waiting period for issuing water use licenses. With reference to that, Honorable Minister, 1, what has the department achieved on the set target of issuing these water licenses within 90 days? And secondly, how many licenses have been issued so far? I thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. We will now give to Honorable Ryder. If Honorable CFB Smith is on the platform, if you can type your question or request one of the other members to ask your question, we will appreciate that. But we will now give Honorable Ryder in the meantime.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Noting the date, I'm going to say beware the Ides of March. But let me move to my question. Minister, the Citibank Regional Sewer Scheme was first identified and described as a project sometime way back in 2003 or 2004. The project has started and it comprises several components, but the delays have been absolutely unforgivable, and the flow of sewage into the Vaal River system has reached disaster level. Minister, your department saw fit to ring-fence the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant for the Mfuleni and Midvaal local municipalities from about 2012 or 2013 and the result has been delay after delay. And components of the project, which should really have been completed by now, stand gathering cobwebs, half finished, and sometimes just left alone. We hear that there will be site establishment late in Mfuleni later this month again, as new contractors come in to continue with the project. But Minister, will you commit to completing the work on the Meriton wastewater treatment works within the next 12 months, or alternatively, allocating the regional bulk infrastructure grant back to the Midvaal local municipality so that they can finish the job? It would also be interesting to hear Salga's comments on this. Thank you, Chair. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Molita. Oh, are you there? Yes, now it's fine. Oh, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chair. Morning, Honorable Minister. My question is, in relation to consequence management of mismanagement, to what extent have employees been criminally charged and convicted? 2, dismissed from their work. 3, and blacklisting of companies involved in these cases of fraud and corruption. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Molitsane.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. My question goes to the Minister. Not Minister, it goes to Salga. In Mafube municipality, which is found in Fezile-Dabi district in the Free State.
Can you just shift a bit because we can't see you? To your left. Shift to your left and open your video.
I wasn't aware. I'm correcting that.
Better.
My apologies for that. Deputy Chair.
Continue. Thank you.
Okay. In Mafube municipality in Fezile-Dabi, there's a serious financial problems there. And every time when the employees didn't get their salaries, then there'll be shortage of water, that water will be closed. But immediately after they've received their salaries, then the water will be available. For an example, since from last Tuesday, there was no water. But on Saturday, when they got paid, then suddenly the water was available. What intervention can be done so that the community doesn't become the victim when municipality is failing to meet its obligation? My second question goes to the Minister. I'm sure you see the background of my picture there. It is the house that is surrounded by the spilling of the water from the sewage. This problem, it is in Welcome in Machabe municipality. The community has been experiencing an ongoing sewage spillage problem, where fires are all over people's houses and in the streets. Now, Minister, what immediate intervention can be made to save the community from the unbearable smell they are experiencing that has put their lives in danger? You can see that here data that is behind me, that you can imagine the smell that is there. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsane. Honorable Kleinans.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. My question is to the Minister, and thank you very much for the presentation, Minister. The debt by Matshabeng municipality to Sedibeng Water currently stands at over 4 billion, while Mangaung Metro owes Bloem Water almost 1 billion. Other municipalities served by Mangaung Metro include Nala, Kopanong, and Mansopa, which are served by Bloem Water. Bloem Water also currently has no qualified engineer. The announcement that Sedibeng water has been disestablished and that Bloem Water will take over the functions previously performed by Sedibeng in the Free State. Can the Minister please explain how this will improve the delivery of water in Free State, while none of the municipalities making use of water entities is able to pay for the service? And how will Bloem Water be capacitated, resourced, and empowered to take on this huge task and be protected from municipalities which are unable to pay? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kleinhans. Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi. If Honorable Nkosi is still trying to connect, can Honorable Nkiva continue? Honorable Nkiva.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. And let me start off by expressing my appreciation to the presentation by the Minister as well as Salga. I will just focus on the good office of Umagcingwane in terms of my question. And my question relates to a local municipality that is in the Eastern Cape province called Mhlambe Municipality. The Hawks have recently seized tender documents relating to the water desalination project in that municipality. What action is the department taking in ensuring that the project continues without hindrance to bring much needed water relief to the people of Mhlambe locality? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkiva. Honorable Sileku.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, honorable members, and to the Minister and the Deputy Minister. The recent, am I audible, Chair?
You are audible and visible.
Thank you very much. The recent AG report indicating a mismanagement of 293 million supposed to address water and sanitation management problems in the Ngaka, Modiri, Molima district municipality, leading to failure of the 5 municipalities in their jurisdiction where raw untreated sewer in the Harts Rivier, Klein Harts Rivier, Baba Span Nature Reserve, Wenzel Dam, Tawung Dam, Carrier Spruit, Marikopur Dam are a few of the natural resources in Northwest. In 15 years, this became the status quo of wastewater management of a sanitation authority. Coxside in Northwest only lends a supporting role in the water function since the mandate is national. The question to the Minister, does the department have a permanent solution to deal with eradicating the gaps with water and sanitation issues and the failure of water and sanitation authorities to deliver to their constitutional obligation? Thank you very much. Bayadanki and Kos.
Thank you, Honorable Sileku. Honorable Nkosi, do you want to come back?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to your good self, the Minister and the Deputy Ministers and my colleagues, the MSCs. My question is directed to Honorable Minister. Illegal water connections by businesses and communities at large means that water is lost and some wasted. Honorable Minister, what is your department doing in ensuring that illegal water connections are prevented? And what consequences are meted against those found illegally connecting water? Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Hadebe.
Greetings to you.
Honorable Hadebe, may we see you? Can you open your video?
Yes.
Continue with your question.
Greetings to you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Greetings to you and the Honorable Minister, Jamagaslwane. My question relates to issue of the river, Klip River in the KZN in Ladysmith. Each time there is high rainfall, Klip River overflows and the Ladysmith town becomes flooded. There is Kedusi's Dam that was designed to control the flow of the river in times of heavy rainfall, but seemingly it's not helping. My question to the Honorable Minister is that what plans are there from the side of the department to assist in that regard? Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. The next will be Honorable Detoy. Honorable Detoy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister. Minister, with load shedding that is taking place on a more frequent basis in South Africa and affecting everyone, your department, I want to know, have you been in consultation with other departments to ensure that water pumps that is supplying towns and outlying areas is not affected by the load shedding? We've seen that there's a constant theft taking place of critical infrastructure, and on numerous occasions, once that is repaired, load shedding takes place, and communities and individuals are without for days on end. So, Minister, are there any plans in place to ensure that water interruptions does not take place and that critical infrastructure and water supply is not affected by load shedding? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Detoy, thank you. Honorable Mtetwa, before I continue, is that a legacy end or do you want to ask a question?
Yes, Deputy Chair, Ma'am Baby, she's not well. She just wrote a message to me to ask this question. I don't know whether is that audible, Chair.
It's audible and it's allowed. You may continue.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, once more again. My the question here is in relation to maintenance of government water dam infrastructure and the waste treatment plant. One, Matuman, has the department conducted inspection for this current year, financial year? Two, and what is the status of the dam and the waste treatment plant in the country? Particularly, they raised an issue of Ladysmith and Nambit. That area is forever doesn't have water and is being supplied by trucks. If you can tell us exactly what is happening in that area as well, we will appreciate that. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mutamai. Honorable Mutamai. Kenny Mutamai. Honorable Mutamai, if you are not there, we will give to Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and greetings to the Minister and the President of SALGA. Minister, the many rural communities that do not have access to potable water rely on borehole water. Within Limpopo, there is a community within a village in Nankweng that has been complaining that they have been without water since 2019 due to a broken water pump, and that the Capricorn District Municipality is failing to fix this. Minister, was your department informed about this Nankweng village water outage? And if not, or perhaps what is the role of your department in such instances, and what actions is your department going to take with regard to this matter? Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. We will now again, before we continue, hear from Honorable C.F. Beyer-Smith, whether he is already reconnected or did he delegate anyone to ask on his behalf?
Chairperson, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay, that's fantastic. Chairperson, right, let me just open here quickly, sorry. I've got now multiple. Chairperson, the first is I would like to thank the Minister for the feedback on the Flag Pashilo water project out of the Olifants River system. However, Chairperson, I want to know from the Minister, as he mentioned that it will only be finished by the year 2028. And the challenges that Mogalakwena currently have, you know, with no water being brown in color in the pipelines because of bore water that's being borehole water that's being used as well. What mitigation will take place in meantime to ensure that Mogalakwena actually has enough water, you know, to survive until 2028? Then I would like to know, Chairperson, whether the Minister is aware, well, the Minister should be aware of Mogalakwena water shortages and daily struggles of the community. Have the leaks in the water channel to farmers in the Sterkrivier area out of the Doringdraai Dam been fixed yet? And if not, why is it being opened while millions of liters are being wasted and lost? And then my last question, Honourable Deputy Chair, is I want to dare the Minister to go and stay in Pola Park, Parkmore, Sekagapeng, Oga Mitchell, next to the Dorps River, just for one day. The vulgar smell in the is unbearable and cannot be healthy to the community. What is being done to assist Mogalakwena with the major bulk sewer plant that is daily spilling raw sewage into the Nylsvlei, Dorps and Rooisoort River system that flows into the Mogalakwena system? And when will this serious violation of human rights and environmental and water law be resolved? And is a Section 63 intervention a option that they'll consider? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. There is, I'm trying, Honorable Ocamp, sorry, Ocamp, not you. I want to try Mutsamai again. If Mutsamai is not there, then let's give Honorable Faisal, because I see she have raised the hand. Honorable Mutsamai, try, but we will now give to Honorable Faisal. Is it a legacy hand, or do you have something that you want to ask Honorable Faisal?
Now, I've got another question, Deputy Chair, if I'm allowed.
You are allowed. Continue.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, Kenny Wang Nchikila was born on the 16th of June 2015. She lived in the Chochwane section, Agisanang Tswahing, and of which Agisanang was of the privileged to have elite reticulation systems. For 10 years, people are living in the Chochwane without the provision of any water or sanitation, a gap left by the local, the district, and the Department of Housing and Department of Water and Sanitation in Northwest. On the 9th of March 2022, Kenny Wang Nchikila went playing outside but did not return. She drowned in the pit toilet that was dug by a nearby neighbor for his family to live a dignified life. The cover disappeared and extensive rains filled the pit, and Kenny Wang died in this pit. Her mother is unemployed, without an ID, without any support or of any hope. She does not have the means to bury her daughter. Government failed in its mandate. Minister, this tragedy again confirms the need to identify the elephant in the room to enable government to make progress in eradicating the gaps in the provision of water and sanitation authorities regarding their roles, responsibilities, capabilities, and competency levels. What is your plan to keep authorities accountable to their mandates? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Faisal. Honorable Ocamp.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, I would have stand in for Honourable Beyer-Smith, so he has asked his question. I'm covered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Ocamp. Honourable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chairperson, ke ne ke batla ho bua ka bothata ba metsi a re nang le one mo Emfuleni municipality. Ba re tshwantse metsi a wa bulela a tswa a na le dikgorogoro a le brown. Be ba re tshwanetse re se ra phehe. Ho na le batho ba rona ba ileng gore ba pallwa go go patala le ho reka electricity. Go tswetsiwa jwang gore metsi ana a lokisiwe. Ke be ke ya hape Chairperson ba shiga ba rapafana go Bojanala local municipality. Metsi a bona ana le go tsamaya after 3 days. A boe. Go etswa yang gore batho bana ba fumane metsi ya ka tulo tse ngata tse leng gore metsi ga ba shotile. Ke a leboga Chair.
Ke a leboga ntate. Finally, Honorable Dodovu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP.
Honorable Dodovu.
We welcome.
Honorable Dodovu, just excuse me. Honorable Zandamela, do you have a question? So it's gone. So you may speak, Honorable Dodovu, because Zandamela does it every time. You may continue.
Yes, I was saying that we welcome the two presentations from the Minister and the President of SALGA, and take this opportunity to officially congratulate Honorable Stofile for his election as the President of SALGA, and looking forward to work with him. Honorable Minister, to you, you raised an important question in relation to corruption, and you said criminality will never be allowed again in the department. And this comes under the backdrop of the fact that there were a lot of allegations about fraud and corruption in the department. And therefore, based on that, my question is, what is it that the department is currently doing? What is the plan of the department in fighting fraud and corruption? And what are the processes and systems that the department has put in place to ensure that never again that this is going to happen again? Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovu. I will now do as follows. If there is any questions that the SALGA delegation feel that they need to respond to, I will give to the President of SALGA with his delegation to respond to the questions that is applicable to them. And after that, we will give to the Minister. Can you please mute if we don't hear you? You can, yes, you can also give to the team you bring. We don't hear you. Something is wrong. Honorable Stofile. Can we be assisted, please? If there is something wrong with your system, with your gadget, can Mr. Moraka, can you respond if there is anything, please?
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Essentially, there was, I think, one key question addressed to SALGA from Honorable Ryder, if I'm not mistaken, about the situation at Midval in terms of the RB ring fence and implemented by the Department of Water and Sanitation. May we be allowed, Chair, through you, that perhaps we be afforded an opportunity to do an investigation in that, because we are aware that the department can
And those that are making noise, can we please mute? We are listening to the presenter at the moment, please. You may continue, Mr. Moraka.
No, thanks, Chair. So we know that in some instances where there is no sufficient capacity in municipalities. The department, through the engagements with municipalities, will then work collaboratively to implement projects, particularly of significant nature. So as SALGA, we're not aware that that money was taken away. It's something that we will investigate, Chair, with your permission. But overall, if one looks at some of these questions that have been raised by honorable members, I mean, they cut across a number of key areas. So firstly, the institutional side in terms of how we're delivering water services. There was an honorable member that mentioned something about Mafube municipality. I think it was Honorable Moletsane, that in most cases, when municipal officials are on strike, the water does not flow. We've also observed such a tendency in other municipalities, Honorable Moletsane. And one of the root causes there is that our budgets, to some extent, are not funded. So the way we do our budgeting does not afford us an opportunity to respond to these kind of challenges, firstly. But secondly, and I don't have to educate you about this, collection rates are also not at high levels, particularly in these type of municipalities. And in that regard, it does contribute to us as municipalities to pay the salaries. But thirdly is that I think we need to cast our eyes in terms of how we use our equitable shares, because clearly in municipalities such as Mafube, majority of the communities there would be indigent, and therefore the fiscus would have given some money for that municipality to provide that particular service, including payment of salaries. So we'll probably have to cast our eyes there into further investigation in terms of how we can support them going forward. So Chair, those are the few questions that we have picked up. But maybe finally, from our side is that our suggested interventions as a result of these challenges that we are seeing in the sector, those 7 interventions, we are of the opinion that if we work with all the stakeholders, they will bring the much needed change that we have been anticipating for a period of time. So I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moraka. We will now request the Honorable Minister and his team so that they can respond to the inputs and questions of the honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We are quite a team here, Deputy Ministers, 2 of them, and senior officials led by the DG. We will assist one another. Let me start with the Honorable Member Christians, who asked about a question about the sewer leak in Kimberley as a result of the Kucha, I think it's a wastewater plant, belonging to that company. Personally, I'm not aware of it, of the leak in that particular city. We are going to be following up with the mayor there to find out what is that they're doing about it, and if there's a need for intervention, we will. But let me say this, having answered this question. We have declared ourselves to be against any form of water leak or any spillage for obvious reasons. Now, as I said before, Kimberley, the mayor there, is one of the mayors who, in our 3-day working session in Kimberley, told us, or in Northern Cape, told us that they lose 60% of water in lakes. Now, we then checked, there's no budget to address this particular problem, and we got extremely worried about that kind of situation. Now, what is that we are doing overall? And this doesn't apply to Northern Cape or Kimberley alone. DG spoke about partnerships, and Northern Cape is one area where we are building we are at an advanced stage, building a strong partnership, copied after Valga Mahara partnership between ourselves and the mining houses, and also on the other side, the canal there, the Falhars Canal, which we are discussing with my colleague in agriculture, and we've agreed to partner again. And this is what has given shape, in a way, to the concept of partnership on various projects, but institutionalized at the provincial level. And this is what we're aiming at we're aiming at using in terms of interventions, because even if I call the mayor, he will say, yeah, I confirm that, but we don't have money, or we don't have capacity to deal with it at the moment. But because it is sewer, we will definitely have to intervene on it, because, as I said, we have declared ourselves against any sewer spillage, and we want to do everything and anything that we can to intervene, including mobilizing the provincial government to assist where they can. And we'll stay in touch so that we follow this matter together. But that's what I can say at the moment. Honorable Member Malika, same thing applies to that. Water and sewer leaks. Understand us to be working very hard. Not only are we relying on this partnership shaping up, the most advanced of which is in Northern Cape, but we also want to spread them all over. We were recently in Kabeja and we addressed business, and they are working on another partnership so that we get capacity both in terms of skills and money. So we partner on all these matters. But otherwise, it's a huge, huge problem to pollution, but also to communities to have sewer in their neighborhood. Non-completion of the 10 million facility in Govan-Mbeki. Manas or the department or the DG, they will answer that question on what's happening. And then the outcomes of the summit. I can't finish all the summit outcomes. We had 8 themes, each one of them had several outcomes. But just to respond to the honorable member, one of the outcomes say you need to review who is a water service authority in South Africa. Is it the metro? And if so, all metros? Is it districts? If so, all districts? Or not? Is it all local municipalities or not? At the moment, we are in a very morbid space where in a province, you will find that out of 5 or so districts, one is a water authority, the others are not, or 4 are water authorities, the one is not. You will find that all municipalities in another province are water authorities, no district is a water authority. So there is quite a mismatch. We have asked local government, and I'm happy that Salka is here, and we need to be practical in terms of our approach. As long as we have this is from our perspective as water. for as long as we have a morbid situation where anyone who wants to be a water service authority becomes a water service authority, even those who really, really, really are struggling even to carry their own weight, but they are said to be water authorities. We are very sure that this is what is putting us under the bus and giving ugliness to the country, as if it's national government that is failing, but we are putting a system that is designed for failure in the first place. Because if a municipality really is a small or has a very weak governance, it can't suddenly be strong when it comes to delivering water. And therefore, this is one of the outcomes, very firm outcomes. One speaker there at Plenary said this thing derailed in 2002 when a minister who had been appointed all of a sudden decided that anyone can become a water service authority. Now, we have to go back, review that. That is the one outcome of the summit, and one that we are attaching a lot of agency. And I would have loved that the president of SALGA says something, because we have to work together. We have had a meeting with Dlamini Zuma on this matter, and we want to embark on it. But it is their terrain more than our terrain, but it is putting us under the bus unless it gets addressed. That's one of them. But there are others like partnerships, which we've begun to do, reviewing boards, which we've begun to do, reshaping our department, which we've begun to, and interventions in terms of Section 63, all of which have begun to be done. I go to Rand Water, failures to repair, and which is of grave concern, and no communication when they plan, and there's a plan towards to another disruption in April. We'll communicate with Rand Water. When there was a repair on the vial sometime last year, we called Rand Water and said, this looks like a major disruption which is coming, even though it doesn't look like it will be a long time. But can we communicate? We took them to GCIS, that's Government Communications, and we had very good communication with the citizens, alerting them of what was coming, how many days, and so on. And they went to implement that directly and according to specification. We then said, maintain this kind of communication with the public. Now that you have alerted us about what's coming in April, we will communicate with Rand Water again and ask for more details so that we can communicate, because repairs need to be done, but we need to communicate with citizens so that they can be alert and prepare for themselves, and then also provide them with alternative access to water. We appreciate the point. As for frequent outages, it's a general issue, but where it happens, we always want municipalities to urgently attend to their outages. But I must say, like it was acknowledged by a number of members, that load shedding is interfering with water and sanitation. In some cases, there would be an outage of water, not because there's no water or because there's a rupture in a pipe, but simply because there's load shedding, and it will be a problem. But we're not saying citizens must, or we're taking this for granted, that they know it's something that needs to be communicated and they get provided with alternative. Polyali Dam, the department will answer on that. And then, Honorable Member, Professor, government on bulk water and local on services. When will we provide water across the board to all municipalities? And she says we've been evading responsibility for the past 15 years. Now, look, honorable members, we are aware of this challenge that services, which was part of my introduction, are in deficit, especially to citizens, especially in rural and peri-urban areas. This is what I'm saying. We have it now in front of us in the table, and this is what is occupying us more than any other thing as a Department of Water and Sanitation. We are very much onto it. We are not avoiding anything. We are not shirking any responsibility. We are saying how. We are saying, firstly, we review water boards with a term of reference, one of them, to cover all municipalities wall to wall with assistance from water boards. And we have said to water boards, we want you to camp at every gate of every municipality across the board, so that they don't complain of absence of assistance or capacity. They find it easy to decide that, for your understanding, honorable members, we have said Rand Water will cover the whole of Gauteng. They should work on that together with us, led by DG, and Mpumalanga, the whole of Mpumalanga. They even asked the question, what if we are not wanted? And we are saying it's not a question of being wanted. It's a question of a need that gets jointly occupied. I know, and we would want to make an appeal to the president of SALGA that it's not about taking over any of the municipality responsibilities in terms of but it's a question of dealing with responsibility. When you drive on the road and you have a best tire and it's at night, when you pass there and you see a fellow human being with a problem, you don't say, I have no qualification to repair a tire. You do what you can, and then you get the fellow going. So for the next 2 years, let's not drum this thing of saying, whose responsibility is it to do what? Let's just say there's no water. Let's join hands with municipalities and provide water to communities. Once water is there, then we will withdraw and they will do whatever they need to do on maintenance. But at the moment, we can't fight about something that doesn't exist. Let me talk about Temsila municipality in Mpumalanga and more communities who have been complaining about water all the time. We have identified Loscope as a source, and we're working on a big scheme to cover those areas across the boundary, Mpumalanga and Skukune, which is in Limpopo. Now, we want to do that until water reaches every citizen there. Now, we're pleading with local government not to say, no, but reticulation is, and so on. So let's work together on the platform of DDM and let's make it happen. And so when is it? It's when we finish. For now, we need to start. And how do we start? In the main, is about water pots. And as I said, last night, we had quite a big meeting and discussed this matter with all water ports. And they all agreed that let's review, let's face up to this challenge of bulk via big and medium schemes. And let's bring bulk water, as close as possible to people, and then start reticulation. And this time, we're not going to say reticulation belongs to municipalities, is a no-go area. We are going to work with them where they have a lack of capacity or money. We intervene, we work with them, and so on. But I must say to the president and to the honorable members, there is a tendency which we are aware via calculating that every year, all of us on water and sanitation, including housing, we get something like 40 billion a year. and it goes to MIG, it goes to WISIC, it goes to ARBIC. But when we look on the other hand, the demand for water is as big as you are saying it here. But when we demand services that have arrived to people since, the graph is very low. And therefore, there's something that doesn't combine, which means that there is money that disappears somewhere. There's a leak somewhere, which we must close. And therefore, where we are going to be putting money, we're going to follow physically and be there all the time, so that money doesn't get diverted to something else, like salaries, like harms, like any other thing, including corruption, outright corruption, as this has happened in with regard to Gyani water. There's no doubt there's corruption there, proven by SIU, and there are other instances of corruption. And therefore, we don't have to beat about the bush and pretend we don't know or we don't see. It's time up. We just have to deal with this matter head on. And this is why we're saying, therefore, this is how we're going to work. Now, we're not therefore avoiding any responsibility. To Honorable Member Bartlett, licenses, yes, 90 days. I want to allow DG to respond to this because we have discussed it in detail, and there's a program we're now following. Department even has graphs, in fact, numbers for each province of licenses that are being processed, that have been processed, that are outstanding. And this is how we're going to work, training people to deal with this going forward. So DG will respond to this. Honorable Member Ryder, Citibank and Flynn, delays and so on. Now, this question is, like all other questions, very valid. And I share the concern all of us in Water and Sanitation share. When we got appointed last year on 5 August, we inherited liabilities and assets. In other words, the positives and the negatives in the department. It's a negative thing which we inherited, that there have been delays and delays, but we have to turn that into a positive, which starts when we start appointing Rand Water and take full responsibility ourselves with regard to that project. I must say we're seeing progress because we're monitoring it on a daily basis. There have been repairs to a number of, or refurbishment of a number of pumps there as we talk. 2, the work has begun also in terms of releasing pipes of sludge. Companies have been contracted. There is work continuing there. We don't see, and Dear Mahlobo has been given responsibility to drive that project to its finality without any hindrance. Challenges do occur from time to time. Last week, Dear Mahlobo was there together with MSC Gauteng to deal with a snag that had occurred with regard to new councillors in Mfuleni. And therefore, by and large, we are one with the workers of Mfuleni, the councillors, the mayor. We're one with Gauteng. We're one with all interested stakeholders in that project. But on the ground, it's happening. And we ourselves are monitoring this and are supervising the implementing agent, which is Rand Water, so that this matter gets driven right to finality this time and for sure. Honorable Member Mlangeni, is the only thing that has not started in there is to get into the water treatment plant or wastewater treatment. One has started, as far as I know. Mahlobo will fill up the details, but we've started doing work there. Now, Mlangeni, criminality and repayment. Criminality follows you up to your grave and up to your estate. So you can't dodge it by deciding to die. You can't run to another country. You can't do anything. It follows you, even if you resign or whatever. The only time we leave you is when you pay what is due to the state after everything else has been established. So there's no two way about it. We follow people, and currently there are quite a number of people who are being followed. In one, we even follow your pension. This is what is happening. Blacklisting, yes, that is very much, we demand it. We're following up with Mopane on a plant that they built, and then it worked for 3 months, some 86 million, and it's no longer working after 3 months. And we dug this thing until it came to the top. And then we've said, engage this person because it's your person, and we're demanding follow-up. But there's no doubt that that was a waste of money, and we're onto it. And that person will have to repay with that company, will have to be blacklisted. And so we're working on it, even where we don't have a direct responsibility, except for via a municipality. Now, the honorable member, Mutitsane and Mafube. Now, this is the first time I hear of a trend where people work only when they are paid. That is month end. And then in the course of the month, they don't pay. We will have to follow this thing up. I would have loved that the honorable member wouldn't have waited until now to give us this information. And we are requesting more information, honorable member, on the matter. But you have said this, Mafube, and in Welcome, we're interested in this thing, especially because of what you are saying. We definitely will follow it up. It may not necessarily fall on our purview on this, because it's a local government function generally, but we can observe from the side because there are water cuts, and then we say, what's the root cause? Is people who work when they are happy. When they are not happy, they don't work. And it's the first time I hear of it. We'll follow this thing up. Welcome, that is Machabeng, was the immediate intervention. The immediate intervention, which has been outstanding a little bit, but which we have worked on, is that following SONA, President made a statement there of establishing specialized units to look after government infrastructure. They are pushing it in from transport. We also are interested, but even if where we want to start is Machabeng, we are due to go there. That's the immediate thing. As soon as we clear diaries, we want to go there because 4 weeks ago we were there. We were in Bloom. We did discuss the matter with the mayor of Machabeng and the premier, because we said we can't work for you while you are cruising. This is your baby, but we are willing to assist. There's an issue of Zamazamas there who are damaging, doing a lot of damage to our wastewater, waste infrastructure because of some of the things that they're interested in. So we want to start by collaborating with Premier and the local municipality and local police, and then work ourselves upwards up to the SONA statement when a real dedicated team are appointed. But we'll look at this thing, see how much all of us can have for security. It takes the because those people get armed. Some of them are foreigners, and so on. So it will be quite a big fight with the Zamazamas there and Matlosana in the northwest, where infrastructure is getting damaged as a result of these activities. Hence the spillage and loss of water and so on. But we're on it. That's the immediate thing that we're doing. Clear diaries and then go there. Honorable Member, clean hands on debt. Yes, municipalities owe, they owe water boards quite lots and lots of money, like you were referring to, Bloom. We are not going to put our hands around our heads and then waste the whole day, Sbabaza. In other words, saying we've never seen such a debt. We see the debt. What do we do with the debt? We call MEC for local government in that municipality, in that province, and we say, your municipalities owe this water board this amount. what we are proposing is that you, and Salka is here, you enter between an agreement between the board and the municipality on terms, you put each other on terms that will make the municipality live, in other words, survive on one hand, but pay their dues on the other. We, as an example, we've just been to Mfuleni via DM Mahlobo, because Randwater had seized the account of Mfuleni. We said, no, but you can't seize because they are going to fall if you seize and they can't pay salaries. Let them work, but agree on terms. And when they default, they must report that because of 1, 2, 3, we're likely to default by this amount. So it's a question of making each other live, but allowing payment of dues. But at the summit, this matter came up. We are analyzing the outcomes in terms of sustainability of the whole of the water sector, because there are threats. What I was signing today, I woke up early in the morning. I started signing increase of water tariffs. By 6:30, I had signed everything. All water boards want increases, the annual increases, which means that things may get worse, because the reason why municipalities are not paying is because citizens are no longer paying. And why are they paying is various reasons. But what we have to do is not to allow the whole thing to collapse, but to get into the business of saying, no, let's change the attitude, let's rebuild where things are broken, and let there be survival in the water sector. And we have to engage everybody so that we work on this. And the same was this ESCOM is also demanding their own dues and so on. So we'll deal with this matter in that particular way. Baba Mkiva, Ndlambe, and Hawks, we will follow up this matter of Hawks and Ndlambe. Anywhere where there are police involvement in terms of investigations, we want to follow that to the letter up to the end. We were with unions and municipalities of Amatole this morning because of the strike there and all other related matters. And one of the issues that we discussed to the finality is Hawks, and we want action in terms of the findings of the Hawks that relate to Amatola Water Board in relation to one employee there. We're leaving nothing unattended to. And therefore, we'll do the same with Lambe. We'll follow that up. And then Ngaga Modiri Molema, 293 million. We will follow that thing up. We're not aware. I was not aware of it. I'm sure the department is aware. But where does permanent water come in Mahikeng and the whole of Northwest? Look, we are applying our mind, and by end of the month, we will have finalized this. We know exactly the situation there. We want to work on a possibility of Bloemhof being the main source of water there. From the northern side, southern side, northern side, to cover the whole of Mahikeng and surrounding areas, by and large, the southern side of the province, cover that side. It's either withdraw water from Bloemhof or from the Val, depending on a number of criteria that we want to put forward. We're discussing this matter on the 25th in our Minesco, so that we know that this is a big scheme for Northwest, big, sustainable. Originally, we were thinking about Mulateti, but Mulateti, we have an agreement with Botswana and to support the northern parts of northern Northwest. But it is clear that we need to revisit that, and all of which we'll be discussing. We just have to deal with, depend on Falkop and another dam there, which is smallish. But Falkop has water, and the officials will do technical work so that so it looks like there will be two main schemes there, one around Falkop, and then the other from Bloemhof or from the Val, depending on what technical advice we finally get. But there's also a rainwater pipe there, which supplies Rissenbeck and a few areas there. We will look at all that and see how we augment other schemes. So Northwest is not left out because people there don't have water really. And I know all small towns there, Skwaza, and a number of others, including Vryburg. They really, those places are dry, and we need to look at bigger sustainable schemes. But areas like Taung will always be, we are discussing the resuscitating of the enlargement and the and repair of the Falhars canal with agriculture to cover them for agricultural water and other uses. So that's Northwest. And then Nkosi, Honorable Nkosi, illegal connections. What plans do we have? Well, there we need to collaborate with honorable members and say illegal connections are illegal connections. Everything illegal is therefore borders on criminality, and it needs to be fought. And it's municipalities, it's us, it's provinces, not to make people get used to rely on criminality. If you are hungry, just declare your hunger. Don't steal and make that an excuse, because you are now encroaching on other issues, ethics, corruption, integrity, and all those matters, which may not be your intention. So why spoil your name and so on? Of course, it's electricity connected and all those matters, but it needs to be fought. I don't want to beat about the bush on that matter. It needs to be fought with all force by all of us, all spheres of government, all arms of government, and law enforcement agencies need to be very much onto the game, because illegal connections by name are illegal, and we've got to deal with them. And then, Honorable Member Khatebe, flooding of Ladysmith. Now, we got reports of flooding, which were said to be the worst this season. We are worried about it. The honorable member is correct. What we're planning to do is to discuss the matter with local authorities to say what else needs to be done. Maybe we will have to get deeper in terms of technology, or both in terms of diverting, maybe a bigger plan, a bigger dam, or a bigger diversion scheme, but relying on technology, even maybe allowing people to bypass underground. Obviously, that will require lots of financial inputs, but we agree that it's a matter we need to be quite worried about because of the damage it did this year, more than any other year. Pumps and load shedding protection. Yeah, Mteto again on water and wastewater infrastructure protection. We've already answered that. Ladysmith, we've already answered that. Mankweng never had water. We will follow up. There is Lucy here, who is our head of water and sanitation. They will give us a report and we'll follow up what is blocking those people from getting water. Mkhalakwena, which is one part last, they will have to get water from Flag Boshielo. That scheme has already been agreed, and it's just a question of getting how far we are on designing and so on, and financing. This is one of the schemes where we're looking at partnership, simply because we have another partnership in Mkhalakwena on wastewater plant. A mining company has come forward. We have agreed after a whole up of 7 years there. We came in 3 months. We struck the deal with the mayor between the mayor and the company. The company is now working on a more than 2 billion wastewater treatment plant there, which they will hand over after 3 years to Mkhalakwena municipality. So they are not left alone. We're with them. And the last one is pit toilets. Now, this is one of the heartbreaking stories that the Honorable Member Fesser are telling, but we can't have our hearts broken because we will die and the problem will remain. We just have to tackle on. We are preparing for a meeting with Tswane. I hope that this is in Tswane. if it is in Tswane, because there are lots of troubles relating to water and pollution. In Tswane, there's a plan to have a meeting, and also with my colleague, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister of Human Settlement. Corruption, I don't know, because Kenny will answered on Mfuleni and Bojanala cuts, we will deal with them through the scheme. And so corruption is the worst enemy for all of us, and it should be declared and seen as such. But what are we doing? Firstly, we've appointed a Director General who by nature is an accounting officer. We've appointed a CFO where we had an acting one for a long time. We are doing so even in provinces, but we are continuing. We were interviewing a water services manager at DDG level yesterday. We have another pending appointment today. An interview. In other words, we're strengthening the department in all fronts as a first step. But two, we are in engagements. I think like today with SIU, they will be updating us. We're busy following them up on a periodically. Where are you on this? Where are you on this? Where are you? Are you charging here? Are you charging there via NPA? On internal, we have a number of internal hearings that are going on. We even have studied the trends. There's been quite a period where there's been quite a wave of corruption in the department, but that one will soon dry up and it will soon be behind us. But we abhor corruption and we're intolerant of it. And wherever we come across it, it will be a matter of survival of the fittest. And we think we're stronger than it. We will survive. Could we, Chair, allow the inputs by other members of the department on where I left off on a few issues? Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. There is just a request from someone that you just repeat your response on the issue of pumps and load shedding. Apparently, Honorable Dutoy could at that moment there was something wrong with his network. If you can still remember that you spoke on pumps and load shedding. Yeah, and then
yes. Oh yes. Yeah, load shedding is a headache. And I was saying to colleagues, there's going to come a time when no pump, no water treatment plant, no wastewater works if there's no turnaround on power supply in the country. Because we get a lot of flack, not because there's no water, but because there's no supply. Now, the South Africa needs to, and I think maybe with courage from yourselves, we may find ourselves getting to overcome this problem. Maybe we need to look at hydrology, but we also have to by and large look at gas. Many countries in the world are maintaining gas, and Europe has said they want it declared as no longer an enemy of climate change, oil and gas. They see reality on the ground, and they are really being realistic that while we fight for climate change or in favor of climate change, but we can't just jump because it's going to leave a gap while we are jumping, and the countries will collapse. And so east, west, and the continent, you can't just do so. When we look at all countries about what they are doing, they are being realistic, committing to climate change, but at the same time saying, how do we survive? And therefore they keep coal, they keep oil and gas as suppliers, while they gradually forgo fossils. But it's no miracle. And we are not going to be the exception as a country. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Some people are saying US recently abandoned their focus on gas. And then what happened in favor of climate change? Then there's war. And then they find themselves in an untenable situation, and they want more gas, even from outside, because they no longer can work with Russia for their own reasons. So I'm just saying it's a long, protracted war that we have to fight, and really try to be innovative and realistic on the matter. But in the meantime, we will do what we can, work on what is there, even exploring other means of supplying the sector with supply. With energy supply. Thank you very much.
Minister, if there is anyone that want to say, we will still grant you about 5 minutes. If there is anyone that want to add anything to what the responses of the minister was, that will assist us to get a complete picture. I see a hand.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. It's Sean Phillips here, the DG. I'd like to respond to.
I don't know how they allowed you with this. Just saying Phillips, because I don't know how they allowed you with this. Just saying Phillips, but it's fine. You've got about 5 minutes that you can also add whatever you think is still there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to respond to 2 additional questions. The first is on the Polihali Dam. As I indicated in the presentation, many of the procurements are underway, including for the large packages of work, including for the dam itself. And the tenders have closed and they're currently being adjudicated, and there should be an announcement shortly about the award of those tenders. Secondly, about what we're doing just to add to what the Minister said about what we're doing to fight fraud and corruption in the department, we've implemented much stricter controls over expenditure and procurement. We have an audit action plan which we are regularly monitoring, and in terms of that audit action plan, we're consistently implementing consequence management for all instances of unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. With your permission, Chairperson, I'd like to quickly just ask one of our DDGs, Leonardo Manos, to respond some more about the sanitation issues and water use license issues. Thank you.
You've got 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and everybody.
Chairperson, point of order, Chairperson.
And that order is?
Chairperson, a ke arabiwa total nna. Ke buditse ka metsi a na le dikgwerekgwere. A go infuleng. Ka bua ka metsi a leng gore a kgona go tsaya 3 days a le siyo mo lefaragahla. Because ke buelela mo e leng gore go na le dikoloi tse di hiriwang after 3 days, 4 days. Tse di ngata tsamaya di le 6, di le 5, di tsamaisa metsi. So ne ke batla go tseba gore
Honorable Mutsamai, there is not a point of order. If you still have a follow-up, you can write it up there and we will follow it up. But the minister have said on the issues that they have not have the information at the end immediately, they will have to go back and do an investigation and come back and give responses to us. So we may continue, sir.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. As far as water use licenses are concerned, the one question was in terms of how many have we issued thus far. It is 8,493. Within this financial year, as from the 1st of April 2021, we've issued 434 to date. In terms of the question posed with regards to the sewer situation, I will try to be brief on that as well. In terms of what happens in the Governor Mbeki area, up to date, we've issued 4 directives in that municipality, also 9 notices, regulatory notices, but the department went beyond the regulatory role and also supported the municipality by assisting there with a 400 million project that is currently underway. This project at this point in time is to upgrade the wastewater treatment works from 10 megalitres per day to 25 megalitres per day as per the new demand. Unfortunately, the new demand also have caused an increase as far as the diameter is concerned that is required for the sewer collection, and that is now also been included on the project scope. the municipality has not been performing as well with the management of the grant project, and that's the reason why the department took a decision to transfer this project from being a Schedule 6B project to 5B, which means that the department is now internally going to take responsibility for the implementation of such project. As far as the Solplaatjie situation is concerned, in that regard, as far as the collapsed sewer pipeline that is leading to the Gogga pump station, the department also assisted with the upgrade as far as that is concerned. Unfortunately, the 5 directives issued to date has not resulted into the response that we wanted, and that's the reason why we are reviewing our regulatory response in that regard as well. And we are pleased also with this for the assistance from the private company of Beefmaster in Solplaatjie to assist with the very same problem. Honourable Chairperson, as far as the bigger scope of wastewater in the country is concerned, we are finalizing the Green Drops certification program to provide the Green Drop report. And with that program, we will be able to give specific diagnostics across all municipalities in the country, because since we've revived this project last year, we are now on the point where we can state that we are going to produce a report for all 144 water service authorities in the country, not only to say what is wrong, but also to give guidance in terms of what needs to be done right. And the Minister, as well as the DG, have given insight into the 10-point plan that is required to, what we're currently exploring on to actually improve water services across the country. And that will be, the report will serve then as basis also from where we will then work. I think with the time covered, Honourable Chair, I've covered those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And can we now give to the Deputy Minister? Deputy Minister, the remainder of the time is 3 minutes.
No, thanks, Chair. Just to indicate that Honourable Mtsamai, the issues of Mfuleni, the Minister has responded to. We are intervening there. Rainwater is not only assisting that municipality with the Sedibeng sewer scheme there, but also including issues of raw water. And the issues that have been problematic, we are attending to them with the provincial government. Remember that municipality is under Section 139, 1B, and the Premier and the Minister assigned myself and MEC Maile. We resolve all the outstanding issues, including the disruptions that are happening there. We will check the matter of Guyana, what happened that we have raised. The other point, Chair, I thought we should say, President Insona raised the question of pollution. The Minister has given us a clear instruction that everywhere there's a sewer spillage, it must be taken out, whether it's Mfuleni, whether it's Machabeng and elsewhere. And we are frowning upon that people must live in those particular environment. Like Manas is saying, we are implementing a decision by the Minister that we are stopping pollution. In instances where people, they pollute, they will have to pay. We will not tolerate that, whether it is government, whether it is business, because even business, including mining and agriculture, we are not going to run out of water, but the issues of pollution into our systems. There is a biggest intervention Minister is doing with around integrated Vaal River system, where we look at the whole sewer spillage from Mpumalanga, Gauteng, Free State until Northern Cape into Namibia. Those issues are being attended to, and we'll be able probably, even if we have time in future to share. One of the commission the Minister gave us was around how to protect water resources and deal with issues of pollution. The last point, Chair, is the biggest point that probably all of us, we need to work together. The attack on critical infrastructure and installation, the vandalism of whether is it power, whether is it roads, whether it is water, it is on a high, it is very high. And we need to be able to work together. The law enforcement agencies, like Minister has instructed us, in Machabeng, there are a number of operations that are happening in formerly mining towns. And we need to do more. But there are also certain elements within our own communities who disrupt projects. And these are the issues of the new phenomenon that we should be able to deal with them. With those ways, Chair, we'll stop there so that we can manage also your time. But we are a department that is hard at work. We don't possess all the wisdom as a department. We should ensure that water and sanitation issues are all societal issues. We all play our part. Because even on the issues of wastewater, Minister is promoting reuse and the use of effluent, which is, we call it a brown economy. You will go to Limpopo and see partnerships that are working, especially in Guyana, Ivan plants in that municipality. For the first time, a private sector is building a wastewater treatment plant so that they can use the effluent for their business. But not only to do that, but they are also saying they will provide raw water. Therefore, partnership and social compact across all sectors is the way to go. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister David Maslobo. I'm sure you have read the issues that was on the chat room, so that when we have an opportunity, we will be able to address that specifically. For now, I have actually came to the end of my part of the program, but let us not forget to express our appreciation to the leadership of SALGA, under the leadership of their president, but also in particular to the minister and his department and his deputies for the participation in this part of the program. The program will continue. It is now 25 past 1. We will be back at 5 past 2, 5 to 2. We will be back from lunch. We are just giving a break for comfort and for lunch. And then when we come back, the program will resume with the provincial inputs. Thank you once again to everyone that participated up till now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Recording
Chair.
stopped.
Please check the chat room, Minister.
The Deputy Minister and the Minister must check the chat room, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson.
by yours truly. Then we proceeded to the ministerial briefing by Minister Senzo Mtunu, and we then went into a local government perspective, which was delivered and given by Councillor B. Stoffile, the president of SALGA. There was a suggestion that we should start by having comments from the minister and deputy minister before we proceed to a provincial perspective by MEC Shiba. We'll double check if the other MEC is present, but if not, after MEC Shiba, we'll then go into questions. Honorable members, we'll then proceed to comments by minister and deputy minister or deputy ministers if they so wish. Minister, deputy minister, are there any comments that you want to make? Hello?
Looks as if lunch is very good for some people.
I don't think so, Chairperson. I think there was no expectation created for the minister and deputy to comment later after the deputy chair granted the deputy minister to.
Okay, so now we'll
suggest
leave
we
that.
proceed.
We'll proceed. MEC Shiba, are you ready? Please proceed. That's now a provisional perspective from MEC Shiba, Honorable MEC, responsible for water and sanitation in Mpumalanga. MEC Shiba?
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet you and the Deputy Chairperson, as well as the Minister, Babu Mchunu, and the Deputy Ministers that are present, SALGA President and his team, honorable members, good afternoon. Chairperson, I have sent my presentation to Uriet. I'm not so sure whether she is going to beam it, but as she's continuing in terms of beaming the presentation, I will just continue, and also to greet the Chief Whip, Obabu Mohai. Chairperson, the presentation broadly covers the water situation in the Mpumalanga province. It also deals with a few most troubled fast-growing municipalities. Those are City of Mbombela, Gavin Mbegi, Emalahleni, Steve Chwete, as well as the two rural municipalities, Bushbuckridge and Umkomasi. However, Chair, this does not imply that the other municipalities do not have challenges and are being closely monitored by the department. I will also flag on those municipalities. My first slide was dealing with the population that is increasing in Mpumalanga, and as I've indicated earlier on, that the affected municipalities are the ones that I have mentioned. In terms of the critical pressures that we have observed as the province, Chairperson, is that there is acute deficit in terms of water resources, where sources such as the dams have already dried in areas such as in Dr. J.S. Moroka local municipality. And the current deficit is estimated at approximately 20 megaliters per day, where the demand is 60.27 megaliter per day against 40 megaliters per day in terms of the capacity supply. This can also be said in Tembisile-Hani local municipality, where the current deficit is estimated at approximately 17.1 megaliter per day, while the demand is at 66.60 megaliter per day against 49.5 megaliter per day. And I will go straight through the issue of the aging infrastructure, especially pipes that can no longer cope with the demand, especially in the fast-growing municipalities, as well as the vandalism of the existing infrastructure caused by illegal connection, resulting in excessive water distribution losses. And also the critical pressure that we have also observed is the deficiency in the skills for operations and maintenance of existing infrastructure in terms of the asset care management and the escalating of water debts owed by municipalities to the amount of 2.3 billion. The next slide, Chair, is about the status of household accessibility to water services. I will not dwell much on that one because it also talked about the increase in terms of the household in the province. I will move also to the next slide, slide number 6, of which it's about the status of water treatment works in the province. Honorable Chairperson, the province has a total of 91 water treatment works, of which 18 of these water treatment works are non-compliant in terms of our analysis. And the interventions thereof is that the majority of these non-compliant water treatment works are being given attention through refurbishment and upgrading, and that more support is required to upgrade most of the water treatment works in the province. And Chairperson, the War on Leaks program needs to be resuscitated as it has previously assisted in dealing with the leakages. Then on the next slide, Chair, I will not dwell much on that one because it is about the current capacity, the current demand, as well as the shortfall or surplus that is there in terms of the water treatment works as indicated per district in the schematic Chairperson. The next slide, Chair, is about the status of water reservoirs storages. I want also to appraise honorable members that the reservoirs capacity in the province is not commensurate to the growing population and demand of water infrastructure, as indicated there in terms of the existing storage versus the required storage Chairperson per district. It means that there is a need to consider the ring fencing a percentage of grant allocation to water storage, because there is a need that when we upgrade the bulk pipeline, we also need to have the storages that can be able to store water, Chairperson. In terms of the water resources versus water use distribution, Chairperson, I will just, as per the equitable balancing effect on water resources distribution, I will say that the domestic water use is allocated 42% and 23%, whereas irrigation is allocated 55% by both water use in Olifants, WMA, and water use in Umkomasi, Usutu, WMA, respectively. And there is a need for a balance in the distribution of water for the water resources. Therefore, a need arises, Chair, for all the unallocated water quota as well as unused quota in the water resources to be directed for the purpose of primary use. And that municipalities such as Dr. J.S. Moroka and Tembisile-Hani are the most affected municipalities among others. The city of Mbombela also has drought challenges in the Umjindi area. the release of water in these areas is a much needed intervention. Chair, the next slide is about the wastewater treatment works in the province. On sanitation backlog, as indicated there in terms of a household chairperson, we are at 36%, and those that have access to other toilet, non-hygienic toilet facilities. The province has a total of 92 wastewater treatment works, and of which 14 of wastewater treatment works owned by the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. And 9 of these wastewater treatment works are critical and non-compliant and require intervention. I will not dwell much on the analysis that we have done, Chairperson, but I will zoom straight to the interventions to say that in this financial year, through various grants, a total of 24 wastewater treatment plants are under refurbishment and upgrading in various municipalities within the province. More wastewater treatment works needs to be prioritized for upgrading, Chairperson. And the next slide is talking about the capacity of the wastewater treatment works, Chairperson, as indicated in the schematic area, where the current capacity, the current demand, as well as shortfall and surplus. As indicated there, Hartsibande and Gangala district, we are at negative, Chairperson, about 85.9 megaliter per day on Hartsibande and 7.8 megaliter per day at Ngangala. Hence, Ehlanzeni is at the surplus state. And also on this one, Chairperson was saying that in this financial year, through various grants, a total number, as I've indicated, that there are 24 that are under refurbishment and the upgrading. The next slide, Chairperson, is about municipal specific observations, where Dr. J.S. Moroka municipality was saying that the acute shortage of water has prompted for the following exploration of alternatives for the augmentation in the short, medium, and long term. As indicated, Chair, on the slide, I will not dwell much on issues of the short term, where Mtombo emergency bulk pipeline currently is under construction with MIG fund to the value of 53 million and anticipated to be completed by end of March, Chairperson. But I wanted to zoom to the long term, Chair, that is talking about the Rusty Fenterbach water pipeline that is currently at a feasibility study for additional 10 megaliter per day at the estimated fund of 620 million, Chair. The things that are in place there, it's a reconciliation strategy, your feasibility study on implementation readiness, and the regional bulk infrastructure master plan. And Tembisile Hani, Chairperson, in terms of the short-term, Chair, I must emphasize that we really need to force the city of Tshwane to provide the maximum allocation of water, which is 16.8 megaliter per day versus the current supply of 8 megaliter per day. Because a Bundu scheme is currently completed and supplying additional of 2.5 megaliter per day, and the refurbishment of Mlodo groundwater supply scheme for additional of 4 megaliter per day. Chair, I will just jump the other presentation just to save time, Chair, and move to Emalahleni municipality to say that, Chairperson, in terms of the medium term there, I wanted to emphasize that the rollout of the replacement of asbestos pipes for the entire affected area to cap water losses is really needed, and to finalize the water use license abstraction. For the additional abstraction from the Witbank Dam chairperson, that is your Oliphant system, and also the allocation of the RBIC funding to address the bulk infrastructure pressure at the estimate of 831 million, Chair. I will not dwell much on issues of a long term because it's also indicated, it's there in the presentation. The city of Mbombela, Chair, we are saying that the finalization in terms of the short term finalization of service level agreement for the operation of the Hoshane water scheme between city of Mbombela and Bushbuckridge municipality is at an advanced stage. This scheme will benefit the northern Ntsigazi areas within the jurisdiction of city of Mbombela. That is critical because after that service level agreement is being finalized, at least the people of Ntsigazi will be able to have a water, Chair. And also to emphasize on the issue of the long term, that the implementation of the Mountain View Regional Mbombela Dam by the Department of Water and Sanitation for the additional yield of 78 cubic meters per hour is at a feasibility study. I'm so glad that even the minister have also indicated that chairperson. In terms of the Bushbuckridge municipality, what I can stress there is that the Bushbuckridge must deal also effectively with operations and maintenance, as well as vandalism to infrastructure that is caused also by the illegal connection, and that in terms of the short term, they need to be an improvement, especially in terms of water reticulation infrastructure, as well as water conservation and demand management to cap the issue of water losses, and also to review the municipal WSDP in line with the demand that is on the ground. The next slide, Chair, it's our observation in terms of the challenges in general. We are saying that water service authority function with the local municipalities, some of which are failing in disposing the function, and the lack of water and sanitation master plan, the age infrastructure resulting in collapsing infrastructure system, inability of Governing Begi and Victor Kanye municipality to fully service their rainwater depth, resulting in rainwater, reducing water pressure, thereby affecting water supply, and the lack of safe and reliable water supply in line with the blue and green drop report and scores of municipality, and the lack of technical capacity in municipalities as evidenced by poor infrastructure planning and implementation of infrastructure project. And lastly, inadequate budget allocation to improve project and delays on the project implementation. Our intervention, Chair, on the next slide, as a province, we have also intervened on sewer spillages in Msuwalega, Governing Begi municipality, through the Department of Human Settlement. And recently, the Department of Kokta has also intervened in Ligwa, Governing Begi, and Tabachu municipality on sewer spillage. Work has also been completed in Sandaton water treatment works to address filters and pipes which are making the plant ineffective. And further, the department is finalizing an intervention to repair and maintain motors and pumps in various treatment works in Chief Albert Luchuli local municipality. And that the municipal project managers supported to improve the performance on the implementation of infrastructure project through various grant is indicated, and that COGTA is intervening in terms of project preparation, master planning, asset care, revenue enhancement, and special restructuring, and that the public-private growth initiative is on board through the DDM approach in mobilizing private sector funding. And lastly, that DDM1 plan aligned to the 6th municipal administration to revamp the priority of infrastructure development to address service delivery anomalies. Chairperson, as I conclude, Chair, I will conclude by saying that the expediting the implementation of the Mountain View Regional Mbombela Dam will really assist the municipality, especially city of Mbombela, and the reallocation of grant by Department of Water and Sanitation to Emalahleni municipality for the implementation of water and sanitation infrastructure, and that we need to assess the possibility for further grant injection to municipalities with bulk infrastructure challenges. And also, I want to emphasize on this one, Chair, to prioritize Dr. J.S. Moroka municipality in dealing with its acute bulk water supply challenges, including immediate engagement with the city of Tshwane, as I indicated earlier on, and to accelerate the implementation of low-scope bulk water scheme to stabilize a bulk water supply for Tembisile-Hani municipalities. Both municipalities, Honorable Chairperson, are really suffering in terms of water supply. And to accelerate the operation of the Oshane bulk water scheme for the equitable distribution between Bushbuckridge and City of Mbombela municipalities by finalizing the service level agreement between parties, as I indicated earlier on, and the mobilization of the private sector through the DDM across the 3 districts to support municipalities in addressing infrastructure challenges, and to accelerate the review of the provincial water master plan to address issues of aging infrastructure and backlog, and to maintain an upgrade of the aging infrastructure project of all treatment plants in the province to improve water quality and to improve infrastructure planning, upgrading and maintenance through implementation of programs supported by DBSA, such as infrastructure project preparation and the master planning and asset care. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for an opportunity that is given to us.
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, I gave you a bit more time, in part because there's a bit of space because other MECs are not here. So we will then proceed to questions and comments, honorable members. So we will start with the hands that are up. So the first hand is that of Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the MEC. I'd just like to know from her, the Tabachu wastewater treatment plant, is that part of the 24 wastewater treatment plants that are going to be refurbished? Because as she knows, this wastewater treatment plant hasn't been operable for the past 4 years, and the soil spillages are just out of this world. I don't think she has been there in quite some time to see for herself what it's like. Then I'd also like to know what is going to be done with Tabachu in extension 2, the RDP section, because the soil spillages there are also out of this world. The people cannot live in this area any longer. And then with regard to water supply, I would like to ask her what is being done for the community in Spekboom, Ward 13, and the community in Skarpkraal in Kiwi, that's in Ward 5 of Tabicheo. These people have no access to any running water. The people in Skarpkraal have to fetch water from the river down below them. There is no piped water for them, and in Spekboom, they are getting water from the canal that runs through there. I know that in Spekboom, they've put in a borehole, but it's not functional yet. Can she indicate when this will be up and running so that the people have access to decent and quality water? Thank you.
Tabatsu, spoke on non-functional borehole. MEC, I'm sure you had all the questions. Any response? MEC, can you make a comment or two?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. And also, let me welcome the question from who Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Chair. What I can say is that the Tabachewu wastewater treatment works that Honorable Boshoff is talking about, we are aware of that, and it's at the planning stage now for implementation in the next financial year, and it is amongst the 24, as I've indicated, that there are 24 that are non-complying, and also the sewer plant that is talking about on the RDP houses, they are also at the planning stage. Human Settlement is trying very hard to assist us. I was not aware, Honorable Chair, about the borehole that is at Spekboom, that it's non-functional at this stage. I will just send the officials to check and also to make that investigation so that they can be able to come back and report, so that we can be able to plan in terms of what we are going to do to assist those communities, Chairperson. However, the Department of Water and Sanitation is assisting the province in those municipalities that are still having challenges in terms of their wastewater treatment works. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, just a follow up.
Yes, please.
Honorable MEC, and with regard to the residents of Skarpkraal, JT 42 in Ward 5, that have no piped water or toilets, they're still using the bucket and the pit toilet system. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
That one is the RDP. It's in Ward 5.
No, it's not the RDP. The RDP is in Ward 14, Extension 2.
Okay. The Ward 5. Let me be given an opportunity to check, Honorable Chair, Ward 5, because the issue that is being raised by Honorable Boshoff in terms of that community not having toilets, I will not be able to agree with that. I must be given an opportunity to go and check. Hence, as I am responsible for the COPTA department, I will also check, and I will provide written responses, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, let's find out, Honorable Boshoff, if there's any other person who wants to ask any question, then we'll come back to you. Shabalala.
Thanks, Chairperson. It's Honorable Shabalala here. Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, I just wanted to support what the MEC is saying about the bucket system in Mpumalanga in that region. We, as the portfolio committee, as the chairperson of the portfolio committee, will also support, go and check if that it's true, and also hold the department accountable and try to get that community assistance that there is no such in that community. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay, we'll check if that is indeed the case. Let's revert to Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Chair. If the MEC could provide us with a timeline on the written responses, and then I would also like to suggest that if she goes out with her department, that they make sure that they are in a 4x4, because you cannot get to this community. Thank you.
That's the advice there, Honorable Shiva. Is there any comment?
Yes, Chair. The latest in terms of submitting the responses, Chair, will be Monday.
Monday, okay.
Yes, Chair. The 21st. It's a holiday. It's a holiday, by the way, Chair. Let me say 22nd, yes. The 22nd, Tuesday.
The 22nd of March, okay.
Yes, Chair. Thank you
very much. Any other comment from anybody?
I will comment if there is.
It's Nyambi.
Yeah, let's start with Nyambi first.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Let me also join for the detailed presentation that is assisting us by the MSc. I'm sorry because of load shedding of the video, Chair. One thing that is very important that I want to raise with the MSc, and I'm happy the chairperson of the portfolio committee is part of us, is the issue that always being said by yourself and the chief whip that the information that they're sharing with us will go a long way to also even have our interaction with them that week on our provincial week. So we're looking forward to have that information and having those 4x4s as per the advice of Boshoff, even though it's not something that can be taken seriously, but we're looking forward to working with them on the provincial week to assist the NCOP to have a better understanding of what is happening in our provinces. And I'm happy the chair of the portfolio committee is part of us and is going to be part of those engagements in the MEC next week. But otherwise, I'm satisfied with everything. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the comment is noted. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair. Can I proceed on my remarks, Chair?
No, just wait a bit with the remarks. Let's wait a bit. Let's find out if there are any other comments. So there being no other comments, Honorable Chief Whip, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, and the Deputy Chair of the Council, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, and to recognize and appreciate the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Mr. Sendro Mtkunu, and the Deputy Minister, Ntate Mahlobo, and also the MEC of Mpumalanga, who just shared with us the presentation, MEC Kokta Meshiba, and the President of SALGA, honorable special delegates that are present, Program Director, as we close this ministerial briefing on the provision of water and sanitation for all. We take note that it is taking place in the midway of the Human Rights Month in our national calendar. This imposes duty upon our shoulders to reaffirm water not just as basic necessity for human consumption, but a fundamental human rights issue. We should also recognize that the current old and ailing water resources infrastructure needs some agency to respond to it in order to provide much needed resource to our people. The presentations made before us here today have demonstrated the complex technical nature required for water resources management. This brings into sharp focus the critical question of whether our municipalities, especially those with low revenue base, can afford to attract and sustain the critical skills required for effective water resource management. As some honorable members have already pointed out, the district development model as an integrated multi-sphere model for service delivery and development must be repositioned as a repository of skills for sustainable and efficient water resource management at the local government level. Honorable Minister, we are pleased to announce that, as Honorable Nyambe has said, that the issue of water will receive adequate attention during our coming NCOP Provincial Week, where we will be interacting with the provinces and municipalities. The Minister will be invited accordingly as a common practice when the NCOP debate the matter. But I think we are sufficiently provided with the reports which are going to assist our members, both permanent and special delegates, to tease these matters in much more greater detail, and that the delegation of the department will be of assistance to continuously provide clarity on these matters. Program Director, allow me to thank the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, and their entourage for availing themselves for this briefing. I must also thank the special delegates from our provinces and South African local government associations. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. There's a comment from the Chief Whip. I'm sure we'll find the comment to be fairly pointed and really assisting us clarify the kinds of things that we'll have to grapple with as we move into the future. And thank you very much, as the Chief Whip has already done, to the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, as well as the officials and managers who have been able to be part of the platform from the department. And thank you very much to all participants, including honorable members who are part of this session. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. The meeting is now declared closed. We now adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Very much.
Recording
Thank you,
stopped.
Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. Bye.
Thank